Meeting of the Emery Unified School District Board of Trustees. Can I have roll call, please?
President Dice.
Present.
Member Dwin.
Here.
Member Affelt.
Present.
Member Ash.
Here.
Member Simon.
Yes.
Thank you. Now can we please all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, good evening. Are there any changes to the agenda this evening? All pretty much. Can I get an approval, a motion?
Second.
Awesome. Any objections to that? Motion first and second. We'll move according to the agenda printed. Ms. Emery, can we have a report out from the closed session on January 22nd, please?
Sorry.
Why not?
Here someplace. That's what that was. Okay, I showed her the wrong meeting. The board met in closed session to discuss employee release. No actions were taken. The second item was a discussion of possible appointment of an individual to provide interim services as coach, advisor to the board. And the action had actually been taken in the meeting before. And that was for the board president was authorized by the board to sign a contract with Mr. Quinn for interim superintendent services, which is also on the agenda tonight for the board's ratification and acknowledgement. And that there were just the two items.
Thank you, Ms. Emery. We'll now move on to item E, public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board on items that are not on this evening's agenda. Anyone? Anyone? All right. So we'll now move on to reports. Are there any members from CSEA? It's you. Good evening.
Good afternoon. And I'm kind of hosting, please forgive me. I'm the vice president and shop steward of the CSA. All is well, and we're still in negotiation, and we start again tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Thank you so much. We'll now move on to report from ETA, member from ETA. Annie Yates, PTO. Emery Secondary School, PTO. Student representatives report. No. Superintendent's report.
Good evening. A few things. Juliet Dunn, our wellness director, is pleased to let us know that the New Bridge Foundation is offering a free program at Annie Yates that teaches children about the dangers of alcohol and other drugs. Foundation staff will meet with small groups of students 3 days per week, starting with the 8th grade. Ryan Choate, our IT director, is also pleased to let us know that his department has just completed a network security upgrade that now ensures that our students and devices are well protected from cyber threats. This firewall solution is E-rate eligible and is provided by the Alameda County Office of Education. Lastly, the Superintendent Search Group, Ray & Associates, is now in the process of conducting interviews with district and community stakeholders. A public forum was held here at the Ralph Hawley site last evening. Today, individual meetings have been held with board members, Emery secondary staff, district staff, and currently a joint meeting is taking place with the Annie Yates and ESS parent-teacher organizations at ESS. Tomorrow, individual district and community meetings will continue to take place, along with a meeting with Annie Yates staff at the Annie Yates site. All of the interested district and community members are encouraged to complete the superintendent search survey by Friday, February 14th. This survey can be accessed through the homepage of the district website. So that's all I have for tonight.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Thank you, Mr. Quinn. For board
Certainly.
president's report, I'll just echo that now is the opportunity to engage the search firm Ray and Associates with attributes or characteristics you as an individual and for all of us as a community believe are imperative to in the hiring of a new superintendent. So please make sure you follow up and speak up as it relates to certain characteristics and things that you think we need as a district. So our opportunity for our initial phase ends on the 14th, and as John mentioned, the website does have our the survey for that purpose. So just wanted to echo that.
February 14th.
February 14th, 2 days.
Yep.
Valentine's Day.
Get on it.
Valentine's Day. Exactly. At this time, item G, consent calendar. Are there items we wish to pull? And I'll pull item 3. Just we have a small edit to make there. Any other items board members wish to pull?
You're pulling item number
3.
3.
Anything else?
1 second. I had a question on number 6.
Item 6. So 2 and 6, any other items, board members? Perhaps we'll just go to 2 real quick. It's just
I thought you said 3.
Sorry, 3. January 22nd. Just in the closed session, we just need to make sure it notes the board authorizing the board president to go sign contract with Mr. Quinn. So that's the only item, the only piece there, and that's under item L3 for the minutes. There was nothing else there. Any other questions about item 3, board members? Move
So
on.
L3 should reflect that the board authorized the
Sign.
Mr. Quinn to sign
The board
documents?
to,
The board to
president
engage
to
a
sign.
contract with
Right.
Mr. Quinn as
Right.
superintendent. Right. Okay. Sounds right.
And then item 6.
Item 6 is about signing checks and such matters, and it authorizes Mr. Quinn to do so. My question was, do we need to unauthorize our prior superintendent, or is that somehow otherwise taken care of? Maybe-
That's inherent in
No.
her retirement, which is also noticed in this packet.
Clearly the employment contract changed. I just don't want to make sure that there's not a bank somewhere that's doesn't know that.
Good point. Good question. Mr. Bonet will come up.
Typically what we
You're on. We can.
Typically what we do is we have new signature cards with the banks that had the previous superintendent's name on it. So by default, they get taken off, and we're in the process of doing that.
Okay. So you're taking care of that administratively?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions about item 6? With the amendment, can I get a motion to accept items 1 through 11?
So moved?
I'll second. Any objections? Any, and perhaps we'll go through a roll call. That'd be great. Thank you, Ms. Emery.
President Dice,
Yes.
Member Simon, Member Ash,
Yes.
Member Affeld?
Yes.
Member Dwin?
Yes.
All right, thank you. We'll now move on.
Actually,
Oh,
Madam
please.
Chair, I missed a point.
Oh, okay.
Still a vote to approve, but if staff could, on the intern hiring item, number 10, the job description announcement says the start date is August 2013, and if staff could just make sure that goes out as August 2014.
Good edit. Good catch. All right, and with that, we'll now move into discussion action items. This evening, we have H1 ECCL Project Monthly Progress Report.
Good evening. I do have a couple of slides, but before I get into that, I want to jump ahead. In your packet is a community benefits report that the board asked for at last board meeting. As far as a progress report on our main contractor, Turner, and their progress that they've made in delivering the related community benefits. And I don't want to go through the whole report, but I do want to highlight a few things on a few pages and then field any questions that you may have. Just in general, the only part of the construction, as you know, that's under contract is the demolition, which the whole demolition construction package represents about 2% of the overall construction. So it's not a big package, but it's a good way to start and to get in the habit of getting these reports from Turner, making sure that they realize that this board and this district are expecting them to deliver on these things. We're watching, and there's accountability involved, and this is a good way to get started. So this is their very first report. It does pertain only to that small demolition contract. If you jump to page 3, if you have your packet in front, or your report in front of you, they have a summary statement there at the bottom that essentially 10% of the subcontracts, or 10% of the contract workforce, went to local businesses. So we'd like to get that number up, and we've communicated that with Turner, but there is a 10% success so far. And jumping on to the next page, I just want to hit some of the highlights here. Page 4, the bonding assistance workshop. Now, this is something that Turner's brought to the table that's a little bit different than was envisioned, and I think is very strong. Turner, being such a large contractor, has chosen to do what's called a subguard insurance, where they actually do the bonding for the subcontractors, which is huge if the goal is, which it is in the community benefits agreement, to help smaller businesses grow. Smaller businesses working on public projects are limited by their bonding capacity. Any subcontractors on our project won't use any of their bonding capacity while they're working on our project, because Turner is taking care of that through this subguard. So that isn't something that was necessarily envisioned, but that's something they brought to the table that I think is very positive. I wanted to point that out. If you go to page 5, they haven't reported anything on percent workforce, the actual workers that are dispatched to the job, just because that system has not been set up. There's generally several months lag in that, unfortunately, because of the way they have to submit it to the Division of Department of Industrial Relations at the state. So you will see that in subsequent reports. And as far as the local apprenticeship, again, Turner has brought something to the table that is a little unique. They are doing almost all of their work through subcontractors, which most large general contractors do nowadays. But they do some direct hire for miscellaneous general all-around construction labor. And so I had a conversation with them and encouraged them, when they do those hires, that's a perfect way to direct hire local apprentices from the Emeryville area. And they like that idea, and they do plan to do that. And they can control that better than trying to make that an obligation of their subcontractors. And then on page 7, at last board meeting, you saw the presentation from Jabril Portlock. He is the first of 3 interns that Turner is obligated to do and plans to follow through with the main contract. So you'll see 2 more of those success stories up here over the course of the project. And then there will be on the last page there, just by fall semester of 2014, they'll actually have kind of a learning lab on site in the construction trailer, which will have some mock-ups of some of the windows and components. They tend to have mock-ups anyway to help the workers on the job, and we can share those with the community. So with that, if you have any questions specifically about community benefits in Turner, I'd be happy to try to address those.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher, for this report. You know, it's exactly what I was looking for. And I guess my only other question would be, when will we be receiving, or how often will we be receiving these reports from Turner, giving us updates on the progress?
Well, our community benefits agreement currently requires it to be monthly. They're asking us to consider accepting it quarterly, and I think I would recommend that because of some of the lags with, especially with the labor force reporting. I think you're going to get a better comprehensive report on a quarterly basis, but that's a board decision.
No, I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
Just one quick question. I don't know if you're planning to do summer school this year, but I don't know if we're planning to do summer school this year, but if we are, I wanted to see if there's any way that there, you know, if it helps for the teaching staff to have the education trailer open sooner. Right now, they're not planning to open the education trailer until fall of this year for the new school year, but it would be great if it benefits the teaching staff to move that up, and I don't see why they couldn't open that for summer if that's of benefit. So I wanted to just encourage staff to determine if that's of any benefit to the kids, and if so, to communicate that to the contractor.
I'm sure they can. They won't have as much to show in it because it's going to track the stage of the project. There'll be mainly earthwork this summer, but I could certainly ask them to do that. I'm sure that they would. I think they said fall because they were just assuming.
Well, I think it's just a question for the teaching staff as to whether or not that would be helpful and whether or not we have the funding for the summer program. But if we do, they could at least track what's happened with the demolition, and I think there's a lot that can be learned there.
Absolutely.
And there's a lot of history there as well.
Let me make this a little bit bigger. I just like to show pictures wherever I can. You also have a copy of this because it's not conclusive, but we hit a big milestone last week when we dug this trench that's shown in brown there at the bottom to try to identify an unknown source of methane, and actually found a very tiny line that probably used to serve that blue rectangle. I don't know how many of you know, but there were homes all along that predate the school that faced 53rd Street from the early 1900s to the early 1960s. And there was a line that went in that direction that was either fuel oil to heat those homes or else natural gas, a very small line. And the only methane readings were picked up from that line, and that line has been removed and the trench has been backfilled. And then there's some confirming soils tests that will occur on Friday, and then this big remedial action report, this RAW report that we've been talking about, will eventually get drafted. It's been being drafted, but the completion will be submitted and probably go for a 30-day public review period between mid-March and mid-April. And at the conclusion of that, then the work can begin, the remediation work. And so, I don't want to do it. I'm trying to do it backwards. Okay. This is in your packet, and it's too small for you to see, and I have just 3 things circled that I want to comment on, and then I'll stop to see if you have any questions. But I wanted to highlight the 3 things. Obviously, the green items in the far left we're gradually, over the last couple months, chipping away and completing different things that we need to do to get the project ready. And then moving forward, I've circled 3 things. The 3 things are the raw, and I just commented on that procedure. And below that is the subcontractor bidding. And I'm really excited about, sometimes the downtime that you have while you're waiting for this raw and everything and nothing's going on at the site can seem like a negative thing, but we're making it a positive thing because I've worked with Turner and had them bid early and bid often and get a lot of bids. And so they have 25 trade categories that they're going out for subcontractor bids for, and we've now required them to at least get 5 bids in each area. So that's over 100 bids that Turner will receive over about the next month. And then they'll add all that up, and that's what we'll use as the basis of negotiating their overall construction contract. So that's a lot of work there. It's Turner's work, not so much ours, but we get to monitor all of it. We get to, it has to be an open book. We can see how many bids they're getting and how they're evaluating those bids. So that's a good process. And then the circle out in the far right is just something that I acknowledged. I heard this board and the City Council loud and clear that the sequence of completion needs to begin with the gym and pool being completed and returned for community use and high school use. So we've shuffled some things around, and we're doing all we can to bring all that online by summer of 2015, with the rest of the project following in behind. And the entire project looks like, by Turner's schedule, if we start in June like we hope to, the final pieces of the project would be finished in March of 2016. So it doesn't allow us to make that start of the 15-16 school year for the school move. That's pretty much guaranteed to be fall of 2016, but we'll at least get that gym and that pool online by summer of 2015. So with that, if you have any specific questions, I'd be happy to try to address those.
Well, actually, I do have a question. Thank you for the report every time. It's been very valuable to have the depth of information in such a concise way. It's been very helpful. Just a question about the RFP that we currently have out as it relates to a CM firm, construction management firm. Just curious in terms of what, if any, interest that we've gotten so far.
Well, the original interest level we had, there were 14 firms that expressed some interest, got a copy of the RFP, studied the RFP, and this Friday is the last day for them to ask detailed questions. They field those questions to me and clarification, and usually it's an indication of whoever's asking questions is serious and is going to submit a proposal. And I would say, based on those kinds of responses, I would expect maybe a minimum of 5 the responders, maybe 7 at the most. And 3 of those 5 have been really serious and had a lot of good questions. And so I think we'll get a good response. We're expecting the response by the end of the month. Okay.
And will those, that pool of potential responses or responses to companies, will they be going to will they go to the facilities committee for review or consideration prior to coming to the board?
Right.
Say? Okay.
They go to the facilities committee before the board, yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay, great. Any other questions from board members for Mr. Gallagher?
So, I had some questions. Thank you for the presentation. So it seems that, according to this time frame, ECCL will be completed March 2016 at the current time. So we've sort of moved back about 6 months, but effectively a year.
Right.
We're not going to bring in pupils on April 1st.
Yeah, it's just not a convenient time.
Yeah. So, first of all, I think we need to communicate that to the community and think about how to do that. I mean, we have signs out there now saying coming fall 2015, and Turner put those signs up. I think
They need to, just to comment on the signs, they need to remove those signs for other work they're doing and putting them back up. And I suggested that they don't take them down just to change the date or whatever, but in their normal course of taking them down and putting them back up, I suggested that they put them back up with no date, just the picture. And I think that unless the board has a different direction, that's what I've asked them to do.
So it'll, won't say coming soon or to a theater
Bridge
near
to
you
nowhere.
or.
Like, we don't want that.
Well,
Yeah, I
do
guess
think
I'll leave that up to
It
you.
makes sense to have some, I mean, people want to know whether or not their kids are going to be able to go to the school. So if the date is 2016, I think we should put up 2016 so people will know which years people need to make their educational choices. If we start getting close to it and we're a year away and it has to change, then we post the change. But, people buy houses based on school districts, so I do think we need to communicate clearly.
I think I agree with that. And you could say completion 2016, and that gives us 12 months time frame.
Somewhere in there.
And it might be completed in March, but maybe we won't be able to actually move in till later, and we can figure those details out as we get closer.
Yeah, and really what we're looking at, what I'm describing here is a phased completion of the overall complex,
Yeah.
with the first phase coming online in 2015 and the subsequent phases 2016.
Yeah. So maybe say completed 2015-16.
I've struggled with this, so I welcome in the direction.
So along those lines, my other question was, are there any other pieces that can be completed sooner that could be used by the community and/or school, including school community? Like
we're working on that, but I don't want to report
The track,
on
the
those
community
until
center.
I can be certain
That makes sense.
that we can achieve them. And I mentioned before, or I'm pretty sure I've mentioned before in here, is along with the final cost negotiation with Turner, that's tied to a schedule. And I'm going to try to move some of those pieces, and hopefully at that point we can lock Turner into a contractual obligation to deliver certain pieces at certain times. The gymnasium is the only piece that I'm comfortable enough to say publicly now, but when we do that guaranteed maximum price, we may be able to lock in some of those other pieces, such as the field and maybe even the high school a little earlier. But just don't want to make that official until we can.
Yeah. All right. So you're thinking about it,
We're
and
working on that, yes.
yeah, and I would just stay flexible there.
Right.
If the cafe can open in December, and people, I'm serious, or some piece of it, or that people can start using the public library. I don't know. We can start putting books in. Let's do that instead of just.
There are some challenges with that because everything relates so integrally.
Of course.
But we're
leave it
trying
up to you.
to do that as much as we can.
Did you have something?
I would just, going back to the issue of signage, I think to the extent that community members have to make decisions about their lives based on the school, to the extent that we know that either the high school or the K-8 school are going to be open in a certain school year, I think it's good communication for the community to put that up there. Having said that, if there are pieces we can open earlier, I don't know that we need to advertise that, because people don't make life decisions on whether or not the pool's open, but they do make life decisions based on which elementary school they want to get into.
It is a little bit fortunate that the sign that went up said coming 2015, not completed 2015.
That's true.
That gives us a little bit of wiggle room.
Yeah. I'm sure that was envisioned. for sure.
The, on the signage, and it's not just the physical signage, there are other pieces, right? I mean, the website, most notably, and whatever, letter the superintendent wants to send the community at some point about progress on ECCL and what's happening, I think, to go in people's Wednesday packets.
Well, and just also the 2016 on this chart is not new. This is about the second month in a row, about the sixth time that it's been at public meetings.
Yeah.
So I realize it probably needs to be out there in a
Right.
bolder,
We haven't been hiding it.
a bolder way, but,
Right.
but this is not new.
Yep. Did you have something on
Well,
this
I was
point?
just going to say that it's just the word of mouth in general. Like, I know, I've been staring at that chart for, a couple of months now, and when I'm telling people, I still say, oh, we're moving kids in fall of 2015. I'm like, wait, no. It's like it's stuck in everyone's kind of mind that that's the date, so I think the more we educate ourselves and get in that practice, and then everybody else, right,
And the board asked me to give presentations to both school staffs, and I've done that at Anna Yates, and I made it clear that it was 2016, not 2015. And I'm planning to do the same at the staff meeting in March at the high school.
Yeah. So Mr. Bonet and I and some others were in a meeting in this room last night on the superintendent search committee, and the ECCL came up and the start date, and we announced that it was, we didn't think we were announcing, but we conveyed, and people were, what? Really? I didn't know that. Wow, that's news to me. So we just need to make sure we're getting it out there in our 5 different ways of communicating with folks. And then the groundbreaking I see is, maybe this was last time or maybe it's this time, I'm not sure, but it's now June instead of March. Maybe you could just remind me or fill me in on that. Yeah.
Because March is in the middle of this downtime while this RAW is being developed, and usually with groundbreaking you want to see either some action or some impending action ready to happen immediately following the ceremony. So we just thought it might be more effective to move to June.
Got it. That does make sense. All right. Those are my questions.
So I do concur with my other colleagues regarding the signage, and I think, putting something up completed 2016 would actually be a great idea. The other thing is that I kind of enlightened myself, I think it was last week, going to a advanced contracting workshop with CASBO. And the question that I had posed to them was regarding the bidding process and the disclosure of the subcontractors that are doing the bidding. And it was told to me with the lease back, the bidding or the subcontractors that do the bidding should be in the guaranteed maximum contract once that's final. And that contract come to the board. Those bids should be within that contract.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Gallagher? So I'm just going to open it up. If there's members of the public that have any questions or comments they'd like to offer on this particular topic. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for the report.
Yeah. Great job, Mr. Gallagher. Thank you.
We'll now move on to item H2, approval of public disclosure of proposed collective bargaining agreement.
The board has in front of it item number 2, approval public disclosure of proposed collective bargaining agreement. This is for the CSCA group. We have to go through this process to show the County Office of Education that we are fiscally responsible with regard to any bargaining agreements that the school board agrees to. The school board has to approve this before any payments are paid out from negotiated agreements or tentative agreements. The total amount is $43,742. These budget adjustments will be coming to the board at the second interim report for this. It's something every school district has to go through since the adoption of Assembly Bill 1200. There's a series of questions that the district answers with regard to the agreement and ongoing cost. This is a one-time off-schedule payment for the fiscal year 2012-13. If there's any questions from the board, I'll be happy to answer them.
Looks familiar. Any questions from board members on this particular item?
It looks good to me. Again, the date is wrong. It says it will be acted on by the governing board at its meeting on January 22nd, 2014. Sort of third line from the top. And
Moved around.
yeah, I think it might have been on last board meeting, but it should reflect 2/12.
Oh, yeah.
We will get that changed
Okay.
before the end of tonight for your
Okay.
signature.
Any other questions for Mr.
Just one
Bonet?
question. The questionnaire states that the agreement will create deficit financing in the current year only. I assume that's because it's a one-time off-schedule payment. Roughly how deep is the deficit created in the 1 year?
I believe this year, I just finished January's financial status report, and it's about $400,000. But we do have a large ending balance, and we are assuming that this increase in state income next year will greatly reduce the ongoing deficit next year. This does all come from the ending fund balance that we have.
Right, no, I understand. I think just for the public's benefit, it's important to note that although this raise creates a deficit, in this 1 year, we have the funds. You know, we're fortunate enough that we received enough one-time funds that we were able to cover this. So I think it's important to note that, and I'm very glad the state is financing education again, so that hopefully we can be able to continue to compensate teachers without going into deficit. And without drawing from the fund balance. So I'm very glad for this agreement, but I wanted to just understand how deep the deficit was and how much was being taken out of the fund balance.
Yes, like I said, I just completed the financial status report for January that will be coming to the next board meeting, and I believe that deficit to be about $400,000.
Very good, thank you.
And I'm sorry, just to pick up on that point, the 43,000 is booked against this year, 13-14, or 12-13?
It's booked against this year, but it's for fiscal year 12-13. So the agreement with CSEA is for fiscal year 12-13, but the payment is made out of this fiscal year.
Okay.
And there'll be an addition, once we settle with our other bargaining unit, it'll be a greater deficit, but again, we believe we have the funds to pay all that. Yeah.
And we've already settled with the teachers union for 12-13.
Great.
Right.
Excellent.
How are we with 13-14?
Well, we're negotiating tomorrow with CSEA beginning at 9 and going through noon, and we have dates scheduled with the teachers for 13-14. We've currently been answering questions. They generally, the ETA gives us a list of questions along with CTA that we're responding to and have responded to. So they have our fiscal information. They've been asking for other information. We've been providing that to them, and we have negotiations scheduled already.
So I guess to Member Simon's point, we would have a reduction in 13-14 fund balance because of CSEA's 12-13 contract negotiation. And then we also will have a reduction in fund balance with 13-14 ETA and CSEA contract negotiation once those are agreed upon.
And luckily, we're strong enough that we can do that for our teachers and our staff.
Exactly.
Any other questions on this particular item, H2? Any members of the public have any comments or questions they'd like to address at this point? All right, so this item is for approval this evening. Any board member wish to make a motion? Let's get this going.
So moved.
Second.
Any objections? No. Great. Any abstentions? Motion's carried, so we'll definitely sign off on the one with the corrected date, and we'll take care of that. We'll now move on to item H3, which is the approval of the CSEA and EUSD 2012-13 contract tentative agreements.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Both negotiation teams, district negotiating team and CSEA negotiating teams, we finished negotiations for 12-13 and we reached tentative agreements. District negotiating team negotiated following instruction given by the board. CSEA negotiating team negotiated following instruction given by their membership. And I think both teams negotiated in the best interest of the district and EUSD staff as a whole, and we came to agreement. The agreements were sent to CSEA Regional, and CSEA Legal approved the agreement, gave CSEA Local permission to vote. CSEA Local voted on the tentative agreements, and they were ratified, and we're
That's
here
great.
tonight to ask the board for their approval of the tentative agreement reached by both bargaining teams.
That's great.
This is 12-13.
Yep.
12-13.
So moved.
Any, do I have a second? I will say any objections. Well, okay, before I do that, are there any public comments to this particular one? I see thumbs up. That's even better. All right, so I have a second from Member Kent. Any objections? Great work, great work. Glad that was settled.
I have a question.
Really great, great.
So, okay, so we have, for 12-13, we have ETA complete, we have CSEA complete.
Yep.
When is management coming to the board?
Next meeting,
board meeting,
Okay.
in order. Sequence is important.
following protocol. yes.
Great, absolutely. So we'll now move on to item H4. Thank you, Ms. Harrell. Item H4, adoption of Measure A Fiscal Oversight Committee bylaws. This is a second reading, which would, if appropriate, approved this evening. Any questions from board members? Did you want to introduce?
Just that this is here for second reading, and the board had a discussion on this last week, and we made one change, which involved the quorum and for telecommunications and meetings. So we did make that change.
Great. Board members have any questions about it?
Nope.
I like red lines, those are helpful. This will be great to have, so we can fulfill their needs, which is also the district and the community's needs. So that's great to have these in place.
I just have one question about the change.
Mm-hmm.
So by, so long as a quorum is present, does that mean is present in the room?
Physically present?
We mean, yes, it's meant physically present.
So as long as there's three people in the room, the other two can be on phone?
That's correct. That was the direction that we heard from the board.
Okay.
And yeah, so a quorum must be physically present at the meeting.
So I would just suggest adding the word physically
Certainly.
present, because it can be read as there's a quorum present on the phone.
Sure,
which
we
could
can make
have a
that
different
change.
meaning.
Right.
So with that change pending any public comment, I would move approval.
Okay. So we'll hold Josh's and ask if there's any board member additional comments, questions? Any public comment on this particular item? So we have a motion. Have a second with that amendment?
Second.
Any objections to that?
No.
Any abstentions? We have a set of bylaws. Great job. Great job. We got it, huh? Okay. Now we'll move on to item H5, food service update.
She by the reports.
You saw the numbers. Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening.
Whoops, sorry.
As Ms. Dunn is preparing for her presentation, I just wanted to point to the board that Juliet wears several hats for our district, and she will be presenting food services tonight, and then is going through some very busy times with audits of her department, so she'll be coming back to the board in April to do the wellness presentation.
That is, if I can find it. The board was gracious enough, as well as ECCL, to purchase retherm ovens for food service for Revolution Foods. Well, not for Revolution Foods, but for the students. And one of the things that the board asked us to do was to come back and to comment on that. And I took this opportunity to not only come back and comment, but give a snapshot of where we are in terms of food service, the retherm ovens, and Revolution Foods in general. And so the overview of my report is I wanted to give a little context in terms of what we were doing, and Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act of 2010 weighs heavily on a lot of the information that a lot of the services that we're presenting, and what Revolution Foods as well as food service would have to do. I wanted to give a little information on 11-12 versus 13-14. This is just an overview of what the report holds. What are the results of purchasing the retherm ovens, a summation of student surveys concerning Revolution Foods, which you will see, and we will go over some information, and then general comments, and then questions. Okay? I think everyone needs to understand the Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act. It was adopted in 2010. And one of the things that we all have to adhere to now is a standardized menu, which includes low fat, less than 35% total calories of fat per item, 0 grams of trans fat per item, so we're not frying anything, low sodium to reach by July 1st, less than 200 milligrams per item, total sugars, 35% weight from total, access to water at all meal times. These are all the things that are in there, part of the things anyway. Portion control per grade, so at K5 there's a certain portion and number of calories, 6-8 there's a certain portion and number of calories, 9-12 there's a certain portion and number of calories, and whole grain is the first part of any kind of bread item or breaded item, has to be the first ingredient. Vegetables every day, which means we have a vegetable every day. That includes per week 1 dark green, 1 red, 1 yellow. 2 types of milk for each meal, and they just changed it so that we can have chocolate milk or strawberry milk as long as it meets the 2% non-fat. So we're bringing that in Revolution, actually this as of, surprisingly, the 14th, which is Valentine's Day, so Auntie Yates will have some chocolate milk. And then fruit at every meal, breakfast and lunch. The reason I put that up there is because no matter what we decide to do in the near future with staff, with the superintendent, with you, we will have to adhere to that if we're going to have a national school lunch program. And they may get even more restrictive or not. It just depends on what the school food service administrators and children and everybody else adheres to. But the whole point of this wasn't to punish children. It was basically because the incidence of diabetes, and especially number 2 diabetes, is increasing exponentially among children, and they wanted to hold the line and figure out some kind of way of making sure that kids got at least one healthy meal per day. I wanted to give a little kind of overview of 11-12 versus 12-13. In 11-12 we had 813 students. Approximately now we have about 726 students. We were serving around 567 lunches per day, about 405 now. We had about 342,670 as general fund contributions in 11-12, and in 13-14 it was down to 107. Now this is a good thing. However, part of it was also because we had a lot of grants, and I took a lot of my salary out of that for that particular year. So we are still down, but you know, it may not be quite that. But right now, the cost for lunch is about $2.95 from Revolution Foods. The reimbursement that we receive from the feds as well as the state is around $3.23. And I will take questions either in between or at the end, but I wanted to give you a kind of an overview of what was going on. The retherm ovens. The reason we brought them is because there was a lot of concern and complaints about the food that was coming in the warming ovens. It's very difficult to have something cooked at 5 o'clock in the morning or even 6 o'clock in the morning at Revolution Foods at their warehouse, have it come on the truck, and then stay in a warming oven until 10 or 11 o'clock when the lunches start. Lunch at Annie Yates is at 10:45, and at the high school it's about somewhere around 11:30, 11:40. It doesn't give great texture no matter what kind of food you cook. It just, you hold something in a warming oven or any kind of oven, it's going to change and not be as appetizing as we would like it to be. So they bring the food in cold, and then they heat it up during the time period, the 2 hours that it's there, so it comes to temperature. And the meals are hot, and they're looking much better. And I see the students are sitting there going, what? But we'll get to your comments in just a second. Even though the food texture is better, the students view it as packaged food. All through January, I went to each one of the classrooms at Annie Yates just to kind of hear what the kids were saying, and I was taking lunch counts and basically talking to teachers. I had an extensive I didn't put this up because it really is just my handwriting and everything else, but we went through looking at what kids like, what they didn't like, what they liked about the food, what they didn't like. They don't like anything wrapped in plastic. They really appreciated the fact that we cooked before. And even though, and we talked about economics, I said, well, you know, how much do you think that the government is paying us? And then somebody said, $10,000, and another kid said $5,000. I said, nah. I said per day. So somebody said $10, $6.50. I said $3 and something cents. And they all went, oh. So it was an educational campaign and a hearing campaign and a listening campaign. So we came up against changing from cooking to changing to Revolution Foods and moving, and the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act, which means portion control. A lot of the kids don't like portion control because they're hungry. They, you know, and the whole idea was to supplement the entree with fruits and vegetables. Well, if you don't really eat a whole bunch of fruits and vegetables, you're not really supplementing a lot. And so the kids are sometimes a little hungrier, but you know, that's what we had to do. The pastas are a little bit better. They're not burnt like they were before. And the first time we got the retherm ovens, we did burn the pasta just because we couldn't figure out how to work them. And then we got the Revolution in, and they came and helped us to work it, and we took care of it. They like the chicken bites because they're crisper. The bread on the hot dog is not, to me, not as soggy or not soggy at all. The ovens are, they're not damaging the food, they're warming it, they're holding it, they're doing what they're supposed to do, especially with the 2-hour time window or 3-hour time window that we have at each school. However, I did take a survey of the kids, and I gave you a copy of the survey to find out from them what they were thinking, because I wanted to have a real idea. From Annie Yates, the survey size was about 154 students, and in Emory it was about 20. We actually went to the Associated Student Body, and it represented all the different grades, and so we gave them the survey, and then we did this exercise as to what do you want for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and I'll get to that summation in a minute, and talked about the economics and the reality of what we have to deal with the Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act, and the economics of what it costs to put on a luncheon service that not only included the food, but also included all the salaries and, you know, the electricity and all the other things that are included in it. So I picked several different, and I have the surveys, and I am going to send them to Revolution Foods as well as this, just to let them know, and we'll get to some of those things. I picked what would represent information to you. So how many days a week do you buy school lunch? Every day at Annie Yates, about 36 out of the survey, and ESS 1 to 2 times per week. That was probably the biggest, about 58, and then 8 at ESS, 3 to 4 times a week, 21. And then there was a big never at Annie Yates. We have an 8th grade class in Annie Yates that won't eat lunch, period. They just won't. Now I've been there and they have eaten lunch, but they told me they weren't going to eat lunch. And when I took a count every day, about 7 or 8 of them would go in there and eat lunch, or they'd eat parts of lunch. They'd have the fruit, they'd have the vegetable, they'd have the water, that kind of stuff. But they're kind of sticking to their guns and saying, you know, hey, we don't like this. Okay.
So are they protesting?
I don't know if they're protesting or they just don't like the lunch. They really do. I think they just don't like the lunch. I don't think it's really a protest. In the beginning, it was probably a protest, but they just don't like the lunch. And it isn't because of the texture. The retherm ovens are doing their job.
Right.
They don't like the lunch.
So we have 8th graders going the whole day without eating.
Some of them eat breakfast, some of them eat parts of the lunch, and some of them don't eat lunch, or they bring their own lunch. No, they are bringing their own lunch. So there's no starving children running around, and they can eat, you know, so that's not a... That's the thing. But yeah, they are looking at me, and every day that I came in for 30 days in January, and every single one of them, they said politely, no, and they weren't. So, you know, we did that. And we did some education work with them too, and I had them do some work with it. And okay, the school lunch tastes delicious, zip. Good, 28 and 2. Okay, 91 and 15. Kind of gives you an indication of where we're going with this, huh?
On this question,
Yeah.
I assume that correlates to the survey that you
Yeah.
put in the packet?
Yeah.
Because I've done a little work with surveys, and that's a bad survey question, because those are the only 3 options. Delicious, good, okay. There was no bad option.
Okay.
Yeah, right. So you don't know how many of the 91 really would have voted for bad versus okay.
Well, I think the 91 kind of indicates that has been,
Yeah.
and I understand what you're saying, but yeah, I didn't put bad on there necessarily. I didn't.
Yeah, and
but
the other...
But they have comments that
Yeah.
talk about certain parts.
Yeah,
Because I
so-
think bad is an indication.
If I can just finish my comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So that, in any event, I would like to know, you know, really maybe a majority or some portion think it's okay and some really think it's less than. Anyway, so for future reference, and the other part of the question is that it includes a time interval, which confuses the response. It was delicious all the time, good if I like the options, okay once in a while. So those are 2 different dimensions of each question. You don't know if someone's responding, you know, 0 delicious because it's not all the time anything. If you said okay all the time, you might have said 0 also. And you're saying okay once in a while. Maybe so you just said probably had a constant time frame, like most of the time the food is and then give the dimension. So you're not mixing up the time versus
So it's not an absolute, and it gives you more of a time dimension to say.
No, you want to know, what are you asking? Are you asking about the quality of the food, or are you asking about the frequency of it hitting a particular quality? You cannot tell from this question because they might have been responding to one part of it or the other part. So you don't know. So you just need to either hold the time interval constant and ask, what we're going to vary in this question is the quality piece. And another question you would say, all right, whatever you just said about the quality, is it that most of the time, some of the time, then you can ask about the time. Anyway, so I think this question, generally what we can say is there are a lot of people who aren't thrilled with the food, but we can't really, it's not great data on even if they think it's, how many of those really think it's okay or how often.
Well, some of the other questions, well, when I get to some of the other information, it kind of gives an indication of the things that they liked, they didn't like, and I could have phrased this a little bit better so that we could get to what you're asking about. And we may go back and do that because this is not the last survey that we're going to go through. One, because I want to give all of this information to Revolution, and then two, we want to go back again if it's the board's and staff recommendation to go out for another RFP, figure out what's going on from there, because this may not be where we need to be. But I think that's a discussion that we need to have, and then bring back some solutions to that. So, and that's what I'm not prepared to do yet tonight, but it's something that I wanted to give you the chance to think about. So I'm giving you as much information as I could garner during the time frame that I was looking at. But good, and I will definitely work on that. The other questions, we listed all of the different entrees that were given to the students for the last year and a half they had. And this is by priority in terms of what they like, given the numbers, like chicken bites, pasta, zesty beef, sausage pizza, all the way down to the sesame chicken wraps, chicken Caesar salad, and the rest. So there is a number of entrees, and this is what they kind of felt was the best. This is a summation that I think kind of gets to the heart of a little bit of what you were talking about. When I asked them to give me some feedback, written feedback, these are the kinds of things that they told me about or let me know. They wanted to go back to fixing real food. Real food meaning they don't consider Revolution food real food. Increased seasonings on all the food, and this was basically across the board. Now, just to give Revolution Foods their due, not defending or any of that, they have to make food within the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act. And sometimes if you're, when you're cutting yourself back from salt and cutting yourself back from fat, things don't taste the same, and you're thinking, what? But I do know that I have told them that there are other alternatives they could add in, and it doesn't seem to have resonated well with them. Like, to give you an example, they gave us black beans, which is fine, and if they were cooked, they were fine. But they didn't really have, like, you could put salsa with the black beans and make it taste better, and it doesn't involve salt, it doesn't involve fat, but it gives it flavor. And I find that kindergartners are taking hot sauce and putting it on everything, so it's one of those types of situations where it's like, okay, we can put hot sauce on everything, but intrinsically you would think that they could cook food with the flavoring in there, and flavoring could be herbs and spices and those things that don't involve salt, fat, sugar, and all the rest of those things. So, and then of course we got the proverbial hot wings, hot wings, hot wings. I had no idea that it resonated so well with students that hot wings were the big thing. I asked a group of students, I said, well, why don't you think we have hot wings anymore? And someone said, because they cost a lot. I said, no, that's not the reason. And they said, well, because there are several other reasons. And I said, it's because of the fat. I said, hot wings are very fatty, no matter. And they said, well, what do you mean? And I said, well, if you give someone a chicken breast versus a hot wing, you have less intrinsic fat than you do with a hot one, although they do taste really good. Someone said it was a hot sauce. I said, no, it's not the hot sauce, so we kind of went through that. Another student talked about varying the menu, but repeat what they like often. So it kind of reminds you that students, if you give them pizza every day, they'd be quite happy, until probably around May, and then they'll start thinking, can I have something else, But you don't have to have, the menu can be varied, but it doesn't have to be that varied, as long as you keep repeating what they like. A salad bar at both schools. We do have a salad bar at the high school where we started putting out other types of foods within the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act, because we were realizing that our high school students were eating, but they weren't eating as much as they need to. They were hungry. We tried to give them some more food that was in there, and we could do it because we had lots of fruits and vegetables, so we added other things that were on there. We haven't done it for the grammar school simply because their lunch pattern is a little different, so we have to rethink that if we're going to add that in, because the high school students come in for half an hour. They're bigger. They can get to a lunch, to a salad bar. The younger students, I'm sorry, kindergartners are we love them, but they're tough, because you can give them a plate of food and you're not sure if it'll get from the kitchen to just trying to put a salad bar out there. It's like, okay. So we run into, do we have someone stand at the salad bar and give people other things off of the salad bar that the kids like? Do we have the time to do those? All those thought processes come into play. Increase options for vegetarians. This is one of the things that Revolution Foods has not quite lived up to the hype. They do have vegetarian dishes with every single menu plan. But vegetarians get tired of the vegetarian bag lunch or the salad, or, like, what are their hot vegetables? They can, and then sometime if they're vegan, macaroni and cheese, even vegetarian macaroni and cheese may not make it. So we need that. And then, of course, real pizza, real pizza, real pizza. And then soup all the time. Revolution usually does a very good job with soup, but they only do it in the winter. And I'm a soup person all year long, So I offered those solutions too and told them about it. So I asked them, the students, and this is some of the inventive ones, what they would want to do. How would you rectify this? What kind of things would you want? If there was a universe and everybody had all the money in the world and all the time, what do you want to do? So somebody talked about food trucks at the high school once a week. They'd have them drive onto the campus and they'd, sell food, which I thought was actually pretty inventive.
Good.
Food from vendors such as Emery, because I know for a long time schools would get in McDonald's and all the rest of it, but you can't really do some of those things on Healthy Hunger-Free Kids, although you can, but Emery was a thought. And then we got real happy with pot roast, steak, shrimp, Nutella sandwiches on white bread, smoothies, nachos, KFC, quinoa, croissants, barbecue ribs, grilled cheese, spicy links, grits, French toast, pork and beans. Pork and beans wasn't bad. More than chicken tacos, maybe fish tacos, French fries, burritos of every flavor, real chips, donuts, off-campus lunch. And we said, yeah, right, no. Okay. The best suggestion I heard, though, came from two students. One was at Annie Yates and one was at ESS. And again, it said, how can we raise the money to increase the budget so that we can eat what we want? And because the bottom line, after we went through the economics of all of this, they said, what is it? I said, it's not only the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act and the rules that we have to follow, it's money. It's money that we can get because we have an increased number of students. That impacts us. Is because we have to pay people to do this. It's because we have to pay for the food. And one of the things they said, well, we need to look at how we can do this better. I said, yeah, we do. So with that, I open it up to questions.
Very, very helpful. Incredibly helpful. And it's been a serious, situation that the board is grateful that you've been able to grab that information and bring it back to us as we talked about in the fall, considering options. So this is very helpful information. Board members, I'll start with Member Simon.
I'd love to hear from the students before I comment.
I second that.
So would that be okay? We all figured out that you guys were here for this particular topic. So if you would like to come up, don't be afraid. We do not bite. Yeah, we don't bite.
Miguel does.
Miguel bites. He won't bite tonight, but.
Please, come on.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Aaliyah Gill. I'm a part of the leadership class. And I just have a quick question for you guys. Have you ever ate our school lunch? Have you tried it?
Yes.
Yes.
What do you guys think?
It's awful.
Awful?
I haven't.
Would you eat it again?
I had a couple dinners. I actually liked it. I had the zesty pasta and what was the other one? The burrito, maybe? It was, you know, it was okay. I like the pasta.
Okay. Well, our leadership class suggests we have a food court at our school because our lunch sucks, honestly. And we feel like we eat so many different things outside of school, so why not bring them in our school? Because that's what we're used to. And then it's like, yeah, you guys want us to eat healthy. We understand that. But outside of school, we do not eat healthy. We are, you know, teenagers, and we just love fat, okay? It's just good. And that's all.
Hey, what grade are you in?
I'm a junior.
Oh, you, okay, ESS.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm in ASB too.
Can I ask?
Did you have other?
I just want to ask you a question. So, did you say that you wanted a food court at your high school? Have you thought of ways for the students who can't afford to buy lunch, how they're going to then?
Yeah, we came up with that because actually we have a snack bar at our school, and the prices there varies to be the same prices as if we had a food court. Because we're being charged so much for something so little. Why not have a food court when we can actually be full off of our meal?
But I think her question was how many students are on free or reduced meals programs. So they're not paying for lunch. How do you work that with the food court?
Work the food court. Well, honestly, some students. I don't know that one. That's a good question. But I think
You can think more about it and come back to us with that.
Yes, I'll think about it.
Yeah.
I'm also a student at Emery, and in my opinion, I don't really approve of the lunch that's served because, like, I only eat it unless it's good or unless I'm starving or I don't have any other option, and that's, yeah, like, majority of the food is horrible. And yeah.
Hello, my name is Justice, and I also go to the high school.
Move the mic up a little bit so people can hear you. There you go.
And I just, like, you guys should really taste the food. If you're serving it to us every day, and we have, a lot of us have PE, and it's just, you know, it's not going to supply us for the energy that we need to go to the next class. And, yeah.
Hello, my name is Aaliyah Muhammad. I'm a 10th grader at Emery Secondary. We're part of Peace Together here. And I am a...
Sorry, what was your first name?
Aaliyah Muhammad.
Aaliyah.
I have like dietary restrictions, like I don't eat pork, and I'm actually turning into a vegetarian now. Like, that's what I'm trying to do, and I like absolutely adore healthy food, like granolas and bread a lot and cereals. But like with these dietary restrictions, it's hard for me to eat the school food. Like the vegetarian options are never something I'd ever do. It smells bad sometimes, and I can't eat it because it's spoiled, right? And then the normal food is not on my terms of healthy. So I usually have to end up bringing like my own food, but coming from a low-income family, I don't have much to bring. So I usually do not eat throughout the school day except for like a granola bar and some water. And yes, the salad bar, I think it's a really good choice to have there, but there's not enough like condiments to go on it. Like there needs to be different dressings other than just ranch. Like, yeah. And I really think that off-campus lunch is a good idea, but there should be definitely like certain restrictions around it and like consequences if somebody doesn't come back on time. But I would totally support off-campus lunch. Yes.
Thank you.
And one more thing. The leadership class that did this project kind of in our class, we looked up other schools' lunch menus and stuff like that. And we really like Berkeley lunch menu in there. And we found that some schools have donations or being, donated, money is being donated for our lunch. And community gardens.
I have a question for you. What do you like about Berkeley lunches?
It just looked tasting. Our lunch looks flat.
You actually went. You guys actually went to Berkeley High and
No, I didn't go to Berkeley High. I went to Deer Valley, and it was like different.
Okay.
So, hi, I'm Celeste, and I teach leadership class along with Miss Brenda. And so in preparation of Revolution's Foods coming and asking our youth, I prepped them. And part of that was looking at what are some solutions for school lunch. We know what we don't like, but what were some of the things that we did like? So we had the kids go on Google and research different models of school lunches nationally that they identified with, and one of the things that repeatedly came up was Berkeley. One, because visually they liked the picture of how it looked. The food looked fresh, it was colorful, there was variety, right? The other thing that they really liked was this idea of having community gardens and having the lunch menu come from some of the pieces of the lunch menu come from the community gardens, and then they like the idea of vendors from the community donating food to like lunch. Like Arizmendi donates breakfast, right? Because I think it's probably their next day. They don't sell it, so they give it to the school. So things like that, and they really identified with that, and just anything that looked visually appealing, because our lunch doesn't always look visually appealing.
Because I can tell you, I mean, Berkeley has, they have a few issues too, because their food is organic. And I know, at least at the high school, a lot of the kids don't like the lunches there because they're organic. But they do look good. I mean, so I just wanted to ask that question, what made Berkeley so appealing? Based on them having that organic food.
I think, school lunch is never perfect.
No, I understand.
But I think what was interesting about the research that they found is that I think there are enough models of success out there that if we team up with Revolutionary Foods, with Ms. Dunn, and with our young people, we can figure out what bits and pieces of those models work and recreate them for our young people at Emory and our staff members who have to eat it too, so that we can be more satisfied in our day-to-day.
And I'll tell you, if you would ever like to come to Berkeley and taste some of their food, let me know. Maybe we can, make that arrangement so you can come taste and see what organic food tastes like. Okay?
Cool. Thank you. Okay, last thing. We gotta go.
Just a last comment. There used to be a Thanksgiving dinner that they would have before we had that break, and I thought that was like a really good lunch at the time, especially like with the sweet potatoes on the side. That was something that was like really good.
Okay.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. And so you'll note that this is definitely, it was great to have you speak before we have our conversation. So please feel free, don't walk away, or if there's any questions any board members have of the students that are present.
Well, I think it'd be great if the students could stay, and they might have additional comments after we speak. We usually speak first and then the public comments, but in this case, I think it's better to be fully informed before we speak, and I'd welcome to have you back.
Yeah, stick on.
We were supposed to meet at 7, so I think we can stay for 20 minutes.
Sure thing, please do. Thanks.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
Sure.
What are the next steps?
We don't even know.
That's what we're here to discuss.
Right, we're going to discuss.
So,
I like you. You on it. You know the next steps.
Good question.
That's
Yeah.
Emery's leadership.
That's right.
Thank you. So, Josh, I'll start with you.
So this is terrific. It's great. This is we've been hearing this for a while, and I know that the district has tried different steps to address the situation. We bought the carts. We've adjusted the menus. We've tried different things, but what I'm hearing loud and clear is we're not there. So I would really, my suggestion is it's time to begin looking at a change, and or at least let Revolution Foods try again, but this time they're going to have to compete. And let's see if there's other alternatives. The trick in putting out a request for proposals, I think, will be to take these learnings and try to think within the context of the law that requires us to provide certain kinds of food in a certain way. What options can we have, as you've said, about spicing up the food, and I think also giving the kids more options, so it's more of a cafe setup, so that there's some foods that do keep for more than one meal, and finding ways that kids can have a choice just as they do if they go to a store, so that there's more choice in the meals and more opportunity, but I think we've pushed trying to find a solution as far as it can go, and we're still not there. Until we get more zeros up top, fewer zeros up top, I think we've got a real problem. I would, in the meantime, just as an interim step, I think it's worth spending a little bit more money to try having some meals that are special meals. As we did with Thanksgiving, I think that's a great idea. But I think the other component of this is, for some reason, we haven't really broken the barrier of our food service being an education program. Because I think at the end of the day, the more, the best program my daughters went through at Annie Yates was the cooking program, where they first my daughter grew tomatoes, and then she made a salad in the cooking program, and then from then on she owned salads, and to this day she eats a salad at every meal. But it was part of the education program. So I think we need to look carefully. I think when we cut things like the gardening program, like the cooking program, although it might be fiscally prudent, it's educationally a dilemma. And my last point is that we get funded based on the percentage of kids on free and reduced lunch. So it actually does become a funding problem, because if kids aren't signing up for the lunches, it affects everything.
Yep.
Now, to the extent that the federal government keeps cutting the amount of funds for schools, it affects less and less, but it still has an impact. So I think we need to look carefully at how do we invest how do we put out an RFP that reframes the lunch program as an education program, and that it's part of educating about healthy foods. And if There's got to be a vendor out there, whether it's Revolution Foods or someone else who can do that. If worse comes to worse, I know Oakland is building their new central kitchen, right across the way. So there has to be a way that we can get the economy of scale. We're too small to do what Berkeley does, but I think we're big enough to find the right vendor. Well, that's my 2 cents.
Joy?
Okay, I'll try to be short. Just to the students, for just a little side piece of information, I actually went to school. I went to culinary school. I have very high standards of what I put in my body, and I would agree with you that the food is subpar. So my wheels are just turning as to, I want to get in the kitchen. I want to get in the kitchen and cook and what have you. But to Josh's point, I think that there is a huge opportunity. This is obviously something that the student body is very passionate about. And I think there's a huge opportunity to use this topic to teach many different kinds of education, growing your own food, the economics of planning meals, healthy cooking. I mean, I took a class in school. I had to, it was like low sodium, low fat, low cholesterol, and one of my favorite things I eat every day we made in that class. So just there's that education, the healthy food education, the growing your own food, the economics of planning. All of those are opportunities that I think we could really, cash in on, since this topic is such a hot topic with the students. And I think that would go K-12. I mean, I think every student would have an opinion here. You're giving all of this information to Rev Foods, correct?
Mm-hmm. Most definitely.
And you've given them this type of feedback in the past?
Yes, I have.
And what was their response in the past?
They've actually been responsive. One of the things that we asked them to do was to, and just as I said that, my mind went completely blank. It's like, woohoo.
Happens to me too.
One of the things that we asked them to do was to increase, there was a dish, it was zesty pasta, it's pasta and beef and ziti and all that kind of stuff. And we were saying it didn't have enough sauce. I mean, we didn't have enough sauce on it, and the portions were ridiculously small. So they've increased it and put more sauce on it and talked to us about different ideas. They've given us some spices that we can put out there for the kids to use. They talked about the retherm ovens in the first place. They've been responsive to anything that I've asked them to be responsive to. They went through some changes when they signed on with San Francisco, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know. They've gone through some personnel changes internally, which I've been verbal about. They hired a new chef now, and he seems to be bringing the food up to a better par. And like I said, it was a very good storm of circumstances, changing schools, changing to the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act, and bringing on Revolution Foods. It's kind of one of those things that it all came together at not the best of times. But it is different. We used to cook, and we used to cook not necessarily from scratch, but we used to cook. And it costs money to do that, and we can't do it. Or we haven't been able to do it in a way that would get us where we need to be for lots and lots of reasons, which I won't go into now. But what I have to look at is an RFP that can get us to that place. And like you say, I'm checking with several different companies. We'll go out for information. I'm giving this to Revolution. They do want to respond. If they can't meet what we need, and if the students are not going to eat, then we need to move on to something else. Yeah. So we've been there a year and a half, so that's enough. Okay? Yes, this is Gracie Smith.
And on that note, as the children said on Thanksgiving, they had a good Thanksgiving, but that was provided by Revolution Food. Revolution bought that sweet potato pie and turkey and all, and that's what they like. But in the beginning, when we was cooking, we did cook organic food. They didn't know the difference. They just eat. But like I said, my boss is going to try to go to different, vendors. But I also have venues that we as cook, we do service, we are going out there ourselves too and look at some new menus. But I'm not saying to my babies that I know things are not perfect because we, like I said, we made a move and here we got new food. There's new revolution food from cooking from the pots. But when you come to the snack bar, I also noticed that you eat the snack bar, but you also eat the food. So the kids are hungry because of the portion control. So we are senior, they're seniors, they football players or basketball players, they are hungry. So that's where the salad bar came in handy for us. But with the kindergartners, and I observed this myself as kindergartners, I have seen less kindergartners eating their lunch. And I didn't understand what is going on. I said, man, the baby's not eating. But what I saw today is they brought their lunch from home. It's nothing with the food, it's the seasoning. If the food was seasoned correctly, I think the food would be okay from Revolution.
I have a question. Is the food that comes from Rev Food, does that feed K-12? It doesn't vary, right? So if the meal is zesty pasta, it's zesty pasta for K-12.
Choices. They give you choices, and you choose what your kids kind of would like. But yeah, they have a menu every day.
I'm feeling a little bit of deja vu, and if I've said this in the past, I apologize. But you can't, for anybody who has children, or have worked with children, or fed children, you cannot feed a kindergartner the same thing you're going to feed an 11th grader. Their taste buds are different, and the younger you are, the more taste buds you actually have active on your tongue. That's why little kids are pickier. That's why as you get into seniors, their taste buds are dying, and that's why they don't want to eat because they don't enjoy it because they can't taste it. So as an adult, I'm not going to taste as much as my second grader. So if you season it so that the second grader like it, the 11th grader is going to think it's bland. So that would be one piece of information that I would give to Revolution Foods is that if they can vary the amount of seasoning based off the age group that's getting that specific meal, I think that would help, if nothing else.
Thank you.
Mr. Atfield?
Well, I concur with my colleagues who, and it seems like your recommendation as well. I'm not sure. I haven't actually heard it, but I've heard hints. But I concur with the recommendation that we do go out on an RFP and look for some different vendors, and Rev Foods can get in there again and sell themselves again. Tell us how, and if they know we're going out to a different vendor, they've got the rest of the year to snap to it and show us if, while they're still here, they can, really compete. One of my questions is, are there that many other vendors out there that could do, it seems like other Revolution Foods was one of the new vendors when schools started to move away from cooking themselves. So,
well, there's Revolution.
What are we talking about?
I went to a class on management, and we're getting ready to have an audit review by March 18th, by the way. And Sodexo was another one that I met a person who's coming in to talk to us. There's Perfect Meal Plan. Gracie knows of a couple of schools that we were going to look at to see. There's San Lorenzo. So there's several different options out there. And I want to look at someone that may not be as traditional in terms of kind of food vendor that may be a little bit different, and maybe someone who's not as experienced, but maybe newer in their thought process in terms of getting what we need for schools. And we're going to take another look and I know Mark is looking at me like I'm crazy. No, you know.
Well, he walked on.
We'll talk quick. We're going to look at what we can do in terms of cooking ourselves, if it's economically feasible at any point in time, or portions of the meal. So there's lots of different things that we can look at, but that's a discussion that we have to sit down and go over the cost, figure out, if it's even feasible and possible, how we would do it, what we would do. I'm going to a couple of classes that are put on by California Department of Education, the Nutrition Services Department, because a lot of schools are facing this. How do you take what little money that you get from the feds and maximize it to give kids what they need and what they will eat, given the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act and the fact that if you don't do those kinds of things, you won't get the money for it. And then how do you go and figure out what types of meals they can have? What can you pair it with? Can we do having Arizmendi's truck come in, if they had a truck, and then some lunches on certain days, so that people will feel that we're trying to maximize, trying to meet all of their needs as much as we possibly can, given the tiny little school that we are.
Yep. So, yeah, I think from what I understand, Berkeley does have a nationally recognized program, but they've also got Alice Waters and
they got $1 million.
She's gone.
But she started a program that's gotten other funding, and it really is,
And we need to look at some public funding. Maybe we need to say, look, people, we need some money, to help our food
That's certainly a
service
possibility.
program. So, I've never done that, but it's always a possibility.
I would say I'm in favor of some of these other thoughts about trying to incorporate education and into the food service process, but my priority would still be to get a good food service, and if we can't do it with the education component, regrettable, but let's get a cost-effective,
Feed our kids.
food service that the kids are going to. Lastly, on the portion control, is it the federal guidelines say per kid, one size fits all? You just get this
No,
much?
it's
So the
different
big
calories.
football player gets the same thing as some skinny,
In his age group. So K through 5 gets a certain amount of calories, and I have the numbers, but
Yeah.
I don't
So
have
within
them
that age group, though, kids come in different sizes.
I know.
And
One
have
of the
different
things
needs.
and a lot of the school food service directors have, when this first came out, everybody was up in arms, and they're still talking about it because we're trying to get them to relax it a little bit, because, one story was about a 6th grade football student who was 5'9" and 250 pounds, and it just, it just wasn't enough. And they said, well, you should fill it in with fruits and vegetables. Well, even if you filled it in with fruits and vegetables, he could eat 4 entrees. And he wasn't
some
fat,
protein,
and he wasn't overweight. He just was a active child and a
Right.
big child. So, yeah, it is a bone of contention. The idea was good, to make sure portions were adhered to, but it is somewhat restricted.
Yeah, well, talk about your failed government one-size-fits-all approach.
Yeah.
That needs to be tweaked, and I bet within the next 3 to 5 years it will be, but we got to deal with the here and now.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I really appreciate the input from the students and your coming out as well. As I want to thank you because we can see some numbers and statistics, but it helps to have the real sentiment and stories come to us, so thanks.
Please.
No, I agree. I want to thank Celeste and Juliet for bringing the students out. This is what we call student engagement. This is what we call hearing students having a voice. And this is what we call students making a difference, in their education and what they have to do, within schools. So I applaud you all, the students, for coming out. I applaud you for giving your comments. And on that note, I would say my recommendation, as the young lady said, what's the next steps? Let's get to nitty-gritty because, Ms. Gracie, I hear what you're saying, but I've heard these students, and I don't think seasoning is going to do the job. I don't think anything will do the job. They don't like the food. They don't like it. They don't like it, and I can understand that.
We should go back cooking.
Well, this is what I'm going to say. Well, no, Ms. Gracie, you feeling me, because I was going to say maybe, look at 1-2 days a week, cooking something that they really like, and maybe the other days of the week, either it's a vendor or, we work something else out. I do like the idea that students are willing to have some kind of fundraisers to get out there and help with that, and I think that's good for them to know that, if you want something, you got to work for it. So I think that should be looked at. I also like the idea of maybe starting or working with the community garden. With Emery, I think Emeryville has a committee of community gardens. And I know there's one right across the street. Actually, right, exactly. I think we need to get with those organizations and groups and see how can the students be more active in that, and maybe look at expanding the community gardens that we have in the city for our kids. And I also like the idea of talking to sponsors or, companies in Emeryville and seeing, what they can do. I think we have a few catering companies in Emeryville. So I mean, this district is all about partners, powering student success. Did I say that right?
Yeah,
Yes, you did.
You guys.
So, I mean, we have to continue to activate that vision. So, I mean, Ms. Dunn, I mean, you went for pounding the pavement and getting out there doing it. And if you need some assist, we can talk about that. But I think we have to do something because I don't like the idea of any student going all day without eating. And if they are eating, it's because they're hungry. It's not because they like the food, because they have to put something in their stomach. As the gentleman said, they need some kind of fuel after PE to go into class, sit down, and concentrate. So, young lady, as far as next steps, I think, that's what we do. We get out there, we pound the pavement, we talk to vendors, we look at other food service companies that maybe we can look at. We look at maybe if we can cook a couple of days and, in variations and do something else throughout the week. But I would ask for staff to go out, look at those options, come back, bring the students back. So when we discuss it, they can have an input on that as well and help with that decision making.
The other things I did promise them was to go back to the Associated Student meeting with what we talked about, and also to go back to Ms. Johnson's 6th grade class, who gave me a bulk of the information from the grammar school, and Don Turner's class on the 8th grade, and let them know what's going on. One additional comment that I wanted to make in terms of raising money. One of the things, as Josh Simon said, Member Simon said before, was because of the fact that they don't like the food, they didn't sign up on those national school lunch applications, and as a result, our free and reduced went down drastically. So, given that this is more imperative than we think, because if we want to have our free and reduced up to what it should be and could be, we need to get them interested enough to fill in the applications, because I think it's around additional funds of $2,000 or so for other things because of those free and reduced applications. So we need to,
did that impact our LCFF unduplicated count? Or is that is Mr. Benet, do you know the answer to that?
Yes. Speak to the mic, please.
I got one more comment before that.
Well, I haven't given.
I mean, that's.
No, you go for it.
Yeah, that's 20% for every kid in the district, or every kid who doesn't sign up. And
I heard a state official equate for each free and reduced price meal or application, just the application, it's about $2,000 for the unduplicated count.
So
and that spans a couple of years.
And so I guess the question is, when we're generating for the state what our unduplicated pupil population is for purposes of calculating our local control funding formula allocation, we're using the national free school lunch program application to get that number, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, there are alternative ways to get that number.
And we get
welfare or
we use the county download.
Yeah.
And we use the actual applications that we send out.
So if someone doesn't apply for free and reduced lunch because they don't like our food, are we going to capture them any other way?
That's a great majority through the from the county and through CalPADS, but there's still some students who we could capture.
So we're going to be missing
free and reduced from those applications, which we aren't going to this year.
So can I suggest that if you're doing it sounds like we are moving towards an RFP. Ideally, it would go out before the end of the school year, if that's at all possible, so that the kids will know that there's going to be a change next year. Ideally, we could make a decision before the end of the school year so that we could end the school year with a feast from whoever is going to be coming in next year, so that people know preview of coming attractions. I would suggest that any RFP you put out have as a condition that it not be a contract that renews automatically, but it only renews if the percentage of kids on free and reduced lunch is staying the same or going up, so that the vendor knows that if the kids aren't signing up for lunch, they're fired. So I want to just propose that feature in any RFP that you put forward. And I do want to make sure that this change is not just for the kids coming back next year, but if there's something we can do for the kids this year, the simplest thing might just be to go to Jamba Juice, which is saying that their function is healthy foods. They happen to have their headquarters right here in Emeryville, and they've worked with us before. If there's a company like that that could work with us to be able to supplement the lunches so that kids have an alternative to what they have now.
And then at that great big feast at the end of the year, we can give them all lunch applications and make them sign up right then and there.
So, I'll say this because I see we have some staff in here. I think this was a great example of student voice on a topic. And if we could have more of our staff people bring students to board meetings to give their voice on certain topics, it would be such a great help for the board and for students. So for the staff, that are sitting in here, bring students, to the board meetings so the board can hear their voice on wellness. I mean, we got the LCAP coming up, all those type of topics, I would like to hear from students.
Member Dwin, I think that's a great idea. I would suggest, though, as a parent, that it's sort of hard for kids to be out this late on a school night. If there are agenda items like this that we have kids coming out, I would suggest we move that agenda item to the very front.
We can work with that.
And that we find ways to make it easier on the kids.
We can work with that.
And I think we might want to consider having some school board meetings at the school sites, so it's also easier in that way.
So just before you go, I haven't, well, and I just wanted to, raise the point that I think it just reminds me of having students come in this evening. When I was a student at Emery High School at the time, student lunches were always a topic. And lunches is something we kind of protested. So, and I brought to the board at the time that we wanted a salad bar. So that was the big thing back then. So I really applaud all of you and thank you for coming this evening to really raise your voice. I think it has impacted and provided some direct feedback in terms of that information. She can go ahead. Y'all got to go home. You got to go home. That's fine. But but just really appreciate. Thank you for coming. Really appreciate it. Thank you guys. And so hopefully in terms of next steps, it would help to understand what a process for say RFP and actually having someone on board for the next school year. What in terms of counting backwards or looking backwards, what would that window look like for you?
Well, right now the window is not going to start until after March 18th. We have an audit review that I'm not changing anything for until we get finished with that. So starting the 19th of March, we will then put together with staff, the superintendent, Mark, myself, we will put together a list of different RFPs. In the meantime, I will get all this information. I keep pointing back there, and there's nothing there, but I mean, it's over there, to Revolution Foods and give them a summation of what, and this PowerPoint to let them know what we've been discussing, and then get some ideas on people that we can go out with. In the meantime, I will check around and see what we can find from Arizmendi and maybe some other companies. Jamba Juice, we did have a relationship, I still have a relationship with. We had an MOU with them to sell some of their things at our salad bar. The snack bar. Thank you, snack bar. But because we couldn't turn it over quick enough, they couldn't do it, but maybe we can bring some in on an as-needed basis and do some things to let the kids know that we are trying to adhere to what they're talking about and help them out. And then hopefully we will have that turned around. That would be the end of March, April, and then maybe pick someone in May and then start working with them, whoever it is, so that by the end of June we can have our feast and do what we need to do, and they'll know that we're going to move forward with it.
That's great. Well, I'll just add that I think it's been great to have you lead this work and appreciate the multiple hats that Mr. Quinn mentioned that you wear, and we all know. And I think this has not been a simple issue or task, so just appreciate, what you've done. Before you go, if any members of the public would have any comments to offer to this particular point at this time, well, thank you very much
for your input.
Thank you. So we are moving from food service update to item H6, which is sunshining of the EUSD 2013-14 reopener, initial proposals for the Emery Unified School District and ETA, Emery Teachers Association.
Okay. So as we move forward with negotiations reopeners for both bargaining units now, CSEA and ETA, the ETA negotiations will be beginning on March 10th for the 13-14. And in addition to, typically salary and benefits are usual reopeners. The teacher's sunshine, hours and workday, and salary specifically. And the district is sunshining student-teacher ratio and certificated disciplinary action. Those will be the articles we will be discussing.
Okay.
And it's just information to let you know that we're making progress on our negotiations with both units.
Thank you, Ms. Harrell. Any questions for Ms. Harrell?
No.
Any comments from public? Really simple. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we'll move on to item H7, which is California Common Core State Standards Implementation Grant Plan.
So good evening. Hello. So this is a presentation based on funding that we received to implement the Common Core over the next 2 years. Sorry. So just to give some background, is the from our legislator, they've given school districts and county offices and charter schools funding to implement over the 2 years. In terms of our funding, we have $150,000 that we were granted. $10,000 will go towards indirect costs. So our plan is based off of $140,000, even though you see in the plan $150,000, but I'll explain where $10,000 is coming off for indirect costs. The conditions in terms of the implementation funds is that we have to develop and adopt a plan stating how we will use the funds and how they'll be spent, and that it must be explained in a public meeting in front of our governing board and be explained again or allow opportunities for public comment at the next board meeting. So on July 1st or before, we must submit a detailed report to the California Department of Education stating where our purchases were made. So what you'll see today is that you won't see specifics. You'll see general where we want to spend the funding, but we do not have to include the specific funding until we submit the report. And that you'll see that information on, in terms of online agenda, it's the one that states implementation grant resources. So you'll see that information that LEAs do not have to specifically state where the funding is going, but in general, where will the funding be used. So allowable uses, basically there are 3 areas. That's professional development, and that's to include teachers, administrators, and paraprofessionals, and other classified employees who are part of direct instruction for students. The second area is instructional materials that are aligned to the academic content standards, but they're not limited to supplemental instructional materials, so we can use supplemental material, there's funds for supplemental materials as well. And the third area is the integration of technology. So 3 areas that we can use our funding are professional development, instructional materials, and technology. The process for input in terms of creating this plan, so there was a questionnaire that was passed out to staff members, both at each staff meeting at Annie Yates and one at Emery Secondary School, and this questionnaire was also sent out electronically to staff and cabinet. So we received 20 questionnaires back that were returned. A committee was formed, Common Core Teaching and Learning Steering Committee was formed, and the committee met to read the questionnaires and identify high leverage needs that would impact K-12. So, and after the adoption, well, actually tomorrow the committee will meet to modify anything in the plan, but we'll meet as needed to monitor and implement the process and the outcomes, just to make sure that the plan is being implemented properly. So on our committee, we had Karen Sukinik, who's one of our education specialists at Annie Yates, Kim Miller, our English language coordinator for the district and teacher at Annie Yates, Sharice Colon, the Annie Yates School Change Coach, Colette Mazer, Emery Secondary School Science Teacher, Audrey Miles, she's a K-1 teacher at Annie Yates, Tracy Lewis, 2nd, 3rd grade teacher at Annie Yates, Tarsha Jordan, a kindergarten first teacher at Annie Yates, Carol Balfe, retired science resource teacher and a current BITSA coach, Jagwanana Latham, the Anna Yates principal, William Shabron, the Emery Secondary School principal, Ryan Schultz, IT director, and myself. And what we did is we met on, I met with the committee because of time conflicts. I met with one part of the committee on a Thursday afternoon and the second part on a Friday afternoon. So we basically in 2 sessions looked at the feedback, identified it, analyzed it, and created the plan. So essential questions as we met. So in, again, the documents that you had, you actually have a team agenda in terms of what we did in our agenda to develop the plan. And so some of the essential questions were, what are our hopes for Common Core implementation? What is critical to the implementation process? And what concerns do we have regarding the implementation process? And so a variety of answers came out, but I just want to highlight a few because I'm sure you all can read the list, but if there are any that you would like more information about, I can speak to that. But but a few that I want to highlight is just making sure, one part was what are our core agreements in terms of the staff. So what are some of our core agreements in terms of teaching Common Core, implementing Common Core, and staying true to that, and how do we monitor it? Another part, piece was really being able to use technology in the classrooms. So making sure not only do we have the devices, but also the wiring bandwidth to really bring our students up to the 21st century. Using Alameda, our county office, as partners for and as a training center. And one item that came up and was discussed is that we're still learning as we go, and there's no perfect place to start. And so in all of the literature or webinars, some of us want to have this tight, controlled plan, step 1, step 2, step 3, but we are in a process, whether it's Common Core, LCFF, LCAP, we're all learning as we go. And so some of us, our county office may be 2 steps ahead of us, and we may be a step ahead of some of our teachers, but it needs to be understood that we have to be okay with it's a little messy, there's no perfect place, and we have to be able to think about what are our specific needs and not compare ourselves to other districts. And I know at times, it's often, some teachers feel pressured that they compare ourselves with other districts or that others will compare ourselves and not consider what we actually, our own resources in our district. So that's one place that we talked about in terms of that dialogue, because sometimes we struggle with it and it actually gets in our way of moving forward and progressing.
So,
Yes.
Helen, with that being said, in the slide and even up there, you have how will we monitor. And then in one slide, you said that we will monitor as needed. So with that, with what you just said, I would think you would want to monitor the process, a little more often than not.
Yes. So where the team would meet to monitor to meet as needed, but we do want to come up with a plan in terms of how we monitor. So again, these questions were before we started anything. It's just to give you an idea of conversations that we had.
So I guess, okay, so my last question is, when you're figuring out how you're going to monitor, would that include how often you monitor?
That is correct.
Okay.
So another highlight is just to think about how do we identify quality PD workshops. So with Common Core, not only workshops, textbooks, everything is slapped on with Common Core. Why? Because it's profitable. So when that happens, all vendors and all workshops aren't necessarily excellent workshops or quality workshops. So that's another item that another area that the team identified, stating to really make sure that we really research and investigate quality workshops. We want to also think about what the students are learning, what are some of the vertical and across grade agreements that we'll have. So particularly for teachers who are in the high school, who are Department of One, it's very critical for them to really vertically articulate so there's some coherence, because otherwise they feel like they're in isolation by themselves. So we want to make sure that we create time and space for that to happen. Assessments and benchmarks is another area of what assessments and benchmarks will we use, how often will we give them, because this is a totally different area in terms of Common Core. And I think, and so one of the last areas is just how are we addressing transition for adult learning? So adult learning is the same as student learning, that it's going to take time for us to process and shift the way we teach. Most of us have been in education all of our lives, including students, and we're top students in our schools. So this is very different to let go of what we've learned, in whether it was being a student or being a student of education in college, and actually give that time and space for people to shift in terms of their instruction and teaching. So I'll have Dr. Balfe come up, and she'll talk about the professional development needs from the questionnaire. So we'll go through each area in terms of what the needs were that came up from the questionnaires, and then talk about what we actually placed in the plan.
Good evening. Can I shift to the other slides if I need to? Okay. So first of all, piggybacking on what Ms. Allen piggybacking on what Ms. Allen talked about. The discussions, first of all, the input from the questionnaires were very rich. I think we were all pleasantly surprised with how many teachers submitted their thoughts and their ideas. And then the fact we were really grateful the fact that there were 2 different nights when we could choose. So we had quite a few teachers show up at the meetings, and you saw how many people formed the committee. Those are the people who showed up at the meetings. And so what you see on this actually its first 2 slides on the professional development needs from the questionnaires is simply the list of all of the topics that really came up. And so we spent a fair amount of time just noodling around those things. I was on the second day, so the first group had already done some parsing out of what the essential elements were that came out of the professional development questionnaires. But we spent a fair amount of time talking about the shift that Common Core really means. And it's a shift, first of all, it's not so much about new specific content, this concept must be learned. That's not what the shift is about. In fact, it gives more flexibility around what specific concepts would be learned in certain ways. It's really a shift about student engagement in a much more authentic learning way. It's a shift about deeply integrating English language arts and English language development together. That's a huge shift. It's a shift about getting students authentically engaged in argument, meaning argumentation of the lawyerly type of argumentation, discussion from and presenting evidence why you would disagree with somebody, an academic type of argument. And it's a shift of integrating across the curriculum. So even though the new generation, the next generation science standards, that implementation is happening, is lagging behind Common Core, there's a great deal of integration of science, of math, of doing reading and writing in mathematics, for example. So all of these, and I'm saying all this because these have big professional development implications.
It has to do with the articulation, K-12. It has to do with how you integrate ELA, how you integrate English language development into it. And so when you start looking through this list, and how do I show the next slide? I'm afraid to just what? Okay, the left button. I'm finally getting used to a Mac, and now I have to do it. Oh, wrong way. Okay, so you'll see this two slides full of long lists, but when we started looking at them, there were certain themes that came up, and they're related to things that I was just talking about in terms of it's a shift in how we want children to be able to engage in the learning, which means there has to be a shift in how we teach as a staff. And it really does require vertical articulation and integration across the curriculum in everything from art and science and mathematics and music and social studies, etc. So what I wanted to do was show you the slide that was for the part of the plan. How do I get to that? Yeah, when we look at just the professional development part of the implementation plan, and Anna Krita will talk about the funding allocation later, but in the discussions that we had, we kind of did things with sticky dots and marking which were the high priorities, et cetera, all the kind of group work strategies that you use to try to get at what are the priorities. A lot of ideas really collapsed into a few. And so you can see that one of the things is just learning from what other schools are doing in a two-way kind of a way. One of the other is getting teachers, really providing time for teachers to observe one another. And those are things that we have done and emphasized in the past in professional development, but the priority is getting much higher. So to be able to use some of these funds, to be able to provide the substitutes, to provide the time. One of the other things that we talked about was the importance of teachers being able to meet with one another, ideally during the summer, where they can have time to really think and plan long term. So again, that's funding in order to pay for the teachers for that type of thing. And the modifying of the curriculum to be able, no matter what you're teaching, to include ELA, and ELA is not just writing, it is not just writing, it is student discussion, and student discussion listening to one another and sharing with one another using evidence. So ELA is getting broadened. So it's the literacy across the curriculum, the structured student conversation, but to do that takes a lot of professional development on the part of teachers, or for teachers, and on the part of staff. So those are the kinds of implications that we talked about. So I don't know if you have any questions about that, or you want to, yeah.
Well, thank you for the presentation. One of the questions I had was around computer literacy. We had a very thoughtful presentation month and a half ago on from some parents around the need to improve our computer literacy, and how I guess it's, are we thinking about not just tech, let's buy tech and improve our bandwidth, but what are our professional development needs in terms of, and are we thinking about how to integrate computer literacy with our students into our subjects and our content, because we're gonna, and it's not just because the SBAC tests are gonna, the Smarter Balance tests are going to be computer adaptive tests very soon. And, you know, we need to be able to, our students need to be able to use computers, you know, starting in second grade all the way through 11th grade. But also, you know, we do say we're, you know, we want to become a STEAM a school district and emphasize the tech and the arts and all that. So, anyway, have you given thought to that?
We have given thought to it, and I think this is why it's important for you to see what the technology needs are. And so I think Ms. Mazur she's going to speak about the needs from the questionnaires, and then when Ryan comes and talks about the plan in terms of where we need to start and where we want to go, the answer is yes. And you need technology in order to even integrate it. So this is where some of the needs comes from, and this is the high leverage needs that teachers are bringing forth. And so with everything they bring forth, professional development is a part of that, and I believe that was on just the list of needs, and Dr. Carroll was just highlighting in terms of what those shifts are and what some of those needs are, but that came up as well.
Okay, and maybe it wasn't identified as a priority, or maybe it's somehow embedded in here that I'm not seeing it, but my comment would be I didn't see professional development around computer literacy and integrating that into Common Core.
When we were looking at the professional development and the technology, we stuck the technology professional development with the technology part.
Okay.
Because we felt it was very tied together. So that's where this teacher training comes in. And we're talking about not only how to use our current technology, how to use the iPad carts that we've been given, how to use the MacBook carts that we've been given, how to use any other technology that we have, what other resources we have available to us, but also how to improve lessons using that technology. So, you know, what sort of, or are there strategies for using iPads in class? I am more often running around reminding students to not take pictures and to stay off of Facebook than I am helping them with the actual assignment. It might be the fact that I have a bunch of sophomores, but it could just be that, you know, they need more training in that sort of all along so that when they get it, they're not so excited to just take pictures of each other. So that's along those lines. What?
Oh, I was saying Instagram.
Oh, yeah. So, and I said, you know, not only to improve our lessons, but also to help our students obtain that information through using the technology. We talked about we have Mr. Burns at the high school that teaches them computer, but they also need a K-8 computer teacher that's teaching them how to use the computer, how to do word processing, how to just type, because that's one of the things with the SPEC test is that they're typing these answers. It's not they just get to click, which most kids can click, but they actually have to be able to type, and they only have so much time, hypothetically, to do this. So using some money or finding some money to get a computer teacher. In terms of hardware, there were a lot of requests. Drawing tablets, which are different than the iPads. Elmos, which are document cameras. I'm fortunate to have one in my classroom. I use it every day with my students. We're going over a worksheet. I use it so they can see the worksheet that they have in front of them as we do the stuff, but not every teacher has one. I'm still not sure how I got one coming in when I did, but it's very useful. A flatbed scanner, not just our copiers that can scan, but on a larger scale so that you can shrink things, scan them so they can be, if you have a large map in history class, so you can scan it, so you can then use it as a document so that students can access it not just in the classroom, but if they were to go home with it. I have several microscopes. They're not that current. The middle school also asked for microscopes, and also having ones that you can connect to the computer to project so that you can put the specimen so the kids can see what they're looking for that you've actually found. There's also other science probeware that has data capacity that offers authentic learning capabilities. Styluses for the iPads to use with the iPad carts. This was a request just because not every student can has the dexterity to click on the buttons with their fingers. Access to smart boards for some teachers, they enjoy those. More student computers. At the high school we have one computer lab, but it is used all but one period of the day for classes. So there isn't a computer lab that you can take the kids in to do something. We do have the computers, but with all the typing that is now required with the tests, more access to computers for the students. One of the suggestions for administering the SBAC tests, which is where some of this funding goes, is to do Chromebooks and carts, and we'd also be able to use those at other times during the year, they wouldn't just sit in a room locked. We'd make sure that we train teachers on how to use those. And then quality health headphones, for computer classes, and then also for use in language class so they can listen to something and be in different places at the same time. And then there's some software needs. Dibbles, which is a reading program for the elementary school. I don't know very much about that, being a high school science teacher. But also access to online novels and ebooks, both core and supplemental materials, so that students can access them not just in the classroom. Online assessments for all courses, so that they are used to taking tests on the computer, not just the paper test that we've been giving, but so that when they sit down to take that new test, they have that capability. They've seen tests like that before. They don't have that test anxiety, or we try to limit as much test anxiety as possible to this is the first time they've ever seen this type of test. At the high school, we use School Loop and Aries. They're connected for grading, and I post assignments on it. I didn't know that Annie Yates didn't use something like that, and they would really like to be able to have access to that sort of thing. And from what we hear, they have capability to do the type of report cards that they use, which I'm not very familiar with. And then the last thing is leveled readers, having reading on, and that's a site license, having leveled readers available so that what this is you pick a topic and it knows each kid, and so when the kid logs in, the kid's book that shows up is on that topic. So maybe it's on nuclear power plants, and the reading that shows up for them is at their lexicon level, so they can read the topic and have the discussion with their classmates, no matter where their reading level is, whether they're grade level, above grade level, or below grade level. So they're not missing out on that powerful discussion capability, but because they can't do the reading.
You're saying this is accessible via online?
It's a piece of software that is a site licensed software. Yeah.
So does it go along with a textbook that you're buying, or is it just something you?
Most of them don't.
They're a sort of an adjunct. They're supplemental materials.
Okay. And is that what the plan means when it refers to leveled libraries? Leveled libraries. That was a new term for me.
Where's
So
the leveled library?
Second to last bullet in the plan under instructional materials.
That answer is yes, if we can afford the license, or it may be actual books, depending on what we can afford. Because some of the leveled libraries or leveled programs is usually what you use in terms of intervention, and those can be expensive because they don't charge you just one license for the school. They charge you per student, and everything is a la carte. So if you want a general reading program, then you have it. Then if you want the supplemental books, then that's another price. Then if you want, science specific, it's a separate price. So it really depends on the program itself. Most of the leveled libraries that come with the textbooks are there to help sell the textbooks, and they're not necessarily the most quality because that is not what they, I guess, lack of a better word, especially late, that's not their thing. So usually you have someone like a specific group, and that's what they train in, that's what they do, that's what they modify their software. But however, the license can be very expensive. However, but this is what we are stating our needs are. Doesn't necessarily mean that we have the funds to purchase right now.
So ideally, we would have this piece of software, because then anybody could access it versus having the leveled libraries where you might only have 1 or 2 copies of that level versus everyone would have access to it. Are there any, I'm going to go back. Are there any questions on the technology needs that we came up with? This is from the 20 surveys. These are all the things that everybody said. This is the wish list.
Did you discuss the training piece of it?
A little bit. And so it would be not only training for what we currently have, but whatever we get. And also, how can we best integrate technology into our lessons to help our students?
Because I would really ask that, we tried a number of years ago, we used bond funds to bring the iPads in, and the idea was that we'd start small and learn how to use them, and from those lessons we would, then use bond funds to get an iPad for every student. I think since then we've learned that that's probably a bad idea, but the main thing we learned was how important that training was and how important it was to get the tools into the teacher's hands. So I'm just...
So I think so I don't think it was a bad idea for the iPads. What it was is that we didn't necessarily, so we follow the model of UC Riverside. The problem is that we don't have enough. And so when Brian talks about what we actually have in the plan, what we're finding with teachers, so say for instance, Ms. Mazur wants to do a project, she can't keep the laptops for a week or every day because she has to share them with an art teacher who has 5 periods. She has 5 periods. So what we're finding is we don't have enough for people to keep them in their classrooms. You always have to constantly check them out. And so the frustration is even if you know how to use the technology, you don't use it enough for there to be an impact. And so this is where we talk about the needs in terms of if we are truly, and I think Dr. Balfe talked about this maybe months ago, if we truly are talking about STEAM, let's talk about just the T in technology. If we truly want to become 21st century, we have to have the devices in students' hands.
So let's talk about that for a second. So in April, we'll know what the bids are on the Center for Community Life.
Okay.
And we'll know if we have any extra money. And we'll know what our cushion is. And I think it behooves us that before then, we know what our budget is for technology, because when we passed the bond, what we said in the bond was that this is for technology in our schools, and for us to wait to get the technology into the new school is built is not what we sold the voters. What we told the voters is we were going to get the technology into our kids' hands now. And we've been holding off in part because we want to make sure we have enough money to build the school. But we'll know that in April.
Well, Member Simon, if my memory serves me correctly, we allocated $400,000 in the budget for technology. Didn't we do that?
Yeah.
Isn't that already being spent?
Well, I mean, I don't know how much of it's been spent, but I know all of it hasn't been, and what has not been spent should be spent on what we're talking about now.
So I think the point is to take what we've allocated, to take the needs, and to just to see if there's a way to put together a plan to sort of scaffold the road to, so that we can test out portions of the plan, try out the training, see what works, and to have the funds to bring this online.
First of all, I think what we're doing here was we're getting off to a different pot of money. The pot of money we're talking about right here is a measly $150,000, $10,000.
It's not going to do it.
Yeah, this is only for the funding that the state gives us to get Common Core over the hump and kind of going.
Well, and because it's such a small piece of money, I'm looking at how do we supplement it and what funds do we have to make it work.
And so what we're trying to do here is tell you about this plan and what the process is for what we feel is in the absolutely core essential things, both in professional development, technology, and instructional materials.
Right.
And the reason we've shown you all of this and we haven't just shown you the plan immediately is we wanted to show you how much teachers have thought about this and the feedback we got and where the need exists. But we do have a whole plan that specifically says this, okay, so we have this much money. These are the things that we've identified as number 1, 2, and 3 as the top priorities. And one of the top priorities in terms of technology is making sure that we have, when we go to implement this SBAC test, that we have the devices for the students to use to do that. That's number 1 priority. All this other stuff, great, we want it, but we have to make sure that the kids have devices to use to take the test. So,
did you want to add?
And I actually am absolutely going to have to subsidize the purchase with those funds that were provided. The $400,000 funds are absolutely going to be in use in the purchase for this new technology. So we have to do that.
Can I just...
Thank you for that.
Thank you. I just wanted to offer one thought, and because all I'm writing down is how do we get more? I mean, so I will just tell you how valuable that list is, so that the partners we haven't partnered with yet, I think in terms of being able to have a list that says these are the kind of things we need support with as well, also has that benefit. So I appreciate the full compliments of, the full list, because I think it has immense value, because there may be a tech company in town or otherwise that our partners can help solidify some of these elements too. So it may not, it won't only be focused on this area, but it has a wider, we cast a wider net and get everything we need. But I think this list is very valuable. So I just want to appreciate the staff for presenting this, because this is something we can use in multiple, venues too. So.
Well, let me follow up on this, because I still have a tech piece, if that fits with where you're going. The plan, assigns dollar amounts and priorities to 3 buckets that the state sort of gave us. So you can spend the money on this, you can spend it on that, or you can spend it on these 3 buckets, and we kind of divide it up, and that's what most districts are doing. And that's fine if that's, what your recommendation is. I guess, one of my question is we don't have to follow a tripartite approach here. If we think technology is the priority, we can spend it all on technology, or all on instruction materials, or all on professional development.
So that was stated too. So I stated that. And so that's not the direction we wanted to go. So because we know $150,000 or $140,000, you could spend all of that on technology and we still wouldn't have enough. So in order for us to implement Common Core, actually, if you pay attention to the list that was the longest was the professional development needs. Yeah. And so it's really critical when we brought up essential questions and what came up for people, technology is important for the assessments, and although we know there's other pieces, but if teachers have to teach Common Core, it's very important for them to receive professional development and the materials that they need in order to deliver that instruction.
Yeah. So, Mr. Choate, are you presenting the plan itself? Is that your role or no?
Yeah. So let me just go through this, and
I still have some other questions about the tech piece of the plan.
Yeah. So he will be presenting the technology part, which are just the Chromebooks. Okay. So let me get through this, and then when he comes up to do that, then any questions?
It's a deal.
That we have, great. So the instructional material needs from the questionnaires are what came up was supplement text in terms of looking at our response to intervention framework and special education students, and again, particularly for students who are EL and our SPED learners, and having something that's very tailored to their needs. What also came up were a focus and updated books in biology, chemistry in terms of transitioning or aligning the new generation science standards with the Common Core standards. Novels, fiction, and nonfiction, because one of the shifts is definitely the text. Students need to learn how to unpack the text. Historical references, science references, leveled libraries with ELA curriculum, a writing program that's K-12, and some examples that came up with Lucy Calkins in Steps to Writing. Resource library for students, a math story of units, math curriculum 6th through 8th, supplemental text for ELD, and we brought up Engage New York, which they have story units that are actually K-12, where many times the story units or literature is just like K-5 or it's K-6 or it's middle school and then high school, but we really appreciate something that's K-12 so we can see some continuity and coherence. So, go ahead. You want to go back?
Just about the writing. So that we talked about that continuity between K through 12. so that we have a plan. And so if we're talking about writing from K through 12, using that. I know that we use science notebooks in the elementary school and the middle school. Well, we're also using them in the high school. So can that sort of continuity so that students that we have see that. So that's where that the writing programs come from, was something that we were talking about. So because writing is such a big portion of this, I wanted to, as a teacher, say something about that.
So in the actual plan, and Dr. Balf actually went over some of it. So the funding implications is not 50, it's $40,000 because, again, 10,000 is used for indirect cost. So what we want to do is, the focus areas, we may not be able to address all of them, but these are the ones that are high leverage. And so as a committee, thinking about what we can do with $40,000. So what does it look like in terms of cost of substitutes? What are the workshops and conferences? What would be the cost in terms of the training and the coaching from Alameda County Office of Education? In terms of how much would it cost for collaboration and planning time, either after school or even during the summer? Any questions on that particular piece that any of us can answer?
I always have a question. I'm in the funding mode right now. I'm just curious in terms of, I have a passion to see us have access to grant writing, and that's not far off. But do you know if this particular area has been attractive for, or there's been any funds that are private funds that are supporting the rollout of Common Core? I'm just curious, and that would support this PD piece of it, and not necessarily technology but the PD part?
Well, they may have other answers, but in terms of, I think, prior, that when professional learning communities came out, there was a lot of funding for that. I think what the shift that I see are usually something to do with STEM or science, and that's still very messy. But a lot of it is career education or career pathways, so that's related to the Common Core, or places where LCFF or funding has been cut, such as adult education or actually career technical education. So that's where some of it has.
Opportunity maybe, but...
Maybe an opportunity. However, what we'll do is the last slide is future considerations, is once we do the LCAP and LCFF, we already know that the list that you'll see, we won't be able to fund it. So we have to start looking at it high leverage. How do we use our 3 goals? How do we actually tell our story? And so with that, it will help tell our story. So when we do go to funders, we will have a story, or we'll state this is what we need funds for. Mm-hmm. So, that's just something. Any other questions? Okay. So technology.
So what we're initially proposing for technology is to purchase 6 carts of the Chromebooks. And what we'll do is we'll bring those 6 carts together and be able to test at least 3 grade levels at one site. The carts will be mobile. We'll be able to move them from the high school to the elementary school. And then when the testing is done, we'll be able to split them in half and distribute them through the sites to assist in curriculum. And so that was the initial plan to run the SBAC testing, our initial testing, the field test, this SBAC field test. All right. And then after that, we will be investing in more technology. These are just the initial, just to get us through this pilot test period. We'll have 6 carts, and then I would like to increase the quantity of technology we have available to teachers for curriculum and for testing. And I would like to test out and make sure that these are the right product before we make a large investment in anything. But regardless, this is what most of the districts, almost all of the districts in the county have chosen were the Chromebooks. They've gone for. And the secure browser is supported on those devices, and they seem like the right solution. But I want to test them out before I make an enormous investment. And even that said, the funding that's allocated for technology is still not enough to get that quantity of devices. And the Chromebooks are nice in one regard. They do have a keyboard you can type, and it'll be a lot easier for the students versus a tablet where they're just, it's not as natural for the testing. But
No, I understand that, and I guess my concern is that if, for example, we need more money for training to get the training right, if the funds for the Chromebooks can come out of either bond funds or out of, which is what the voters voted for, or some other funds, I want to make sure we're not skimping on the training we need for the teachers, and just sort of shoehorning what we need into the budget we have. I want to take a bigger look and say, what do we need to really be the model for implementing Common Core in the county? We're one of the most financially strong school districts in the county, second only to Piedmont. So how do we rearrange the resources we have to make sure that our teachers have the best resources? I do have a question about the summer training when we get to that part, but I just want to encourage sort of looking outside the box. We have $400,000 already allocated. We have, I suspect that there'd be something else we could take out of the bond. Let's look at the big picture and make sure that our kids have what they need, that they have the technology they need, and that the teachers have the training they need to really do this right.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think that topic may come up when we talk about the technology plan. So again, here, we just want to, so what we will be asking tonight is actually to approve the technology part, because we want to make sure we have them so the students can take the test. I mean, that is, right now, that's what's in front of us. And I think we've considered there's the list and what we want to bring back that'll be the bigger picture. I think it will be an opportunity to talk about what does it look like if we want to implement that. And so how much does it cost for the license? How much does it cost to keep it up every year? How much does it cost to do any rewiring? How much does it cost to keep a lab in the classroom? So for instance, our Spanish, when we adopted the textbooks, there's a language lab to it. She can't keep those books in every period, every day. Why? Because she must share them. So does it actually help if the children see it once a week or every other week? Or do you just try to teach the best way you can? And so I think the training, in a lot of it, when you purchase programs, the training comes with it. But what is most important is to actually have the devices. So while training came up with it in terms of stating, well, we received the iPads, we didn't necessarily know, a lot of teachers wanted training for it. But now what we're hearing is that there's so much in terms of training that either textbook companies will offer that, or you can look online and actually learn it yourself. Ryan can come in and train teachers if we have the money to hire substitutes, or if we're doing Saturday trainings or summer trainings, but we must pay teachers to do that. So I think the first priority is to identify what type of devices do we have so they can actually utilize them in their classrooms. We have math teachers who would like to have smart boards. That is a training tool, an interactive training tool. And so I could send them to a smart board training, but if they don't have the device, then the training doesn't mean anything.
Right. Well, again, this is why I'm advocating for looking at the big picture and looking at the whole picture and not just trying to live. The state keeps giving us 25 cents to do a dollar's work. And then we wonder why we had 25 cents to do a dollar's work and somehow we only got a quarter of the work done. So I'm advocating that this is the first time in 12 years that I've been on this board that this school district is in position to be able to do a dollar's worth of work for a dollar. And so just because the state only gave us 25 cents, please look broader. And if we're short, come back to us. Let's look at how we can move things around. But this community has been rock solid. The Emeryville community has been rock solid behind let's fund the schools to do the work so the teachers have the tools you need. So that's all I'm saying.
No, you're right.
Wanted to add one thing. So I have actually been looking at the bond funds to supplement some of the technology fund. The document cameras are allocated in that fund, and I don't know how to go about it, but we could potentially use that money to purchase those devices. The other thing, smart boards are allocated for that fund. The only problem is the funds that are available to purchase those devices, the budget's too low. You know, the smart boards are way above what our budget allocates to actually be able to purchase.
So again, I'm
like
saying
that.
come back to us with a full, tell us what you need to do the best job in the county. Tell us what you need, tell us where the gap is, tell us where you're short. It's our job to go out there and find the money. It's your job to tell us what you need to knock the ball out of the park.
Well, right now, what I do need to get this $60,000 approved so I can buy these Chromebooks.
Well, if that's what you need, I can let's make a motion that we allow staff to take $60,000 of the Common Core money and utilize it towards technology.
We can't adopt this tonight because we have to present it at this public hearing and adopt it at a subsequent hearing. But so we have to have two readings on this.
But we could allocate money from the $400,000 for you to go ahead.
All right. Can we supplement and move it back in? Is that okay? And then I'll be able to...
Isn't that accounting 101?
So are we so let me ask this question to my colleagues. So are we saying that we cannot use Common Core money until we adopt the plan?
We can't use that pot, correct, until we adopt the plan. But you presented us with a request to purchase $130,000.
Well, those were purchased. Those were the teacher computers. So that purchase has been, that's done. They're out. They're using
All right. Wonderful. So maybe it was part...
I know what we can do, so we can't...
Hold on. Hold on. We were presented with... Maybe it was part of the 400. I don't know. I know I was told at a previous board meeting, irrespective of this money, we were buying carts for the SBAC testing, and that was happening. So I guess I'm confused about, did that happen? Was that...
So what I requested permission for was purchased and done, and I put in the plan future purchases that are going to be coming up. And so I just wanted to give you a heads up that, hey, we're going to be purchasing these additional items at a later date, but I didn't request permission to or allocate a number to that purchase.
So I see Mark Benet is up, and I just wanted to suggest that rather than rushing something tonight, if staff wants to go back and look at the big picture and see, and then come back at the next board meeting or at, when you're ready, I'm just saying that the strategic direction is look at the big picture, don't just be confined by the particular box.
I agree with you, Mr. Simon. We have the dollars to give our teachers what they need to do their jobs. I've had this conversation with Carol. I've had this conversation with Ryan. But we haven't had the bigger strategic conversation with regard to all of our needs and how to strategically implement the rollout of either Common Core or what's needed beyond Common Core or what's needed for ECCL. We have not had that conversation yet. So the budget for ECCL has smart boards. We saw a design I saw a design yesterday that had the smart boards up on a wall, and so this is the first I've heard that there's not enough ECCL budget dollars in there. Now, I believe there is, but we haven't talked about this strategically with regard to what's needed for future rollout and what's needed for ECCL and what is going into the project via construction contract or F&E and the like. So we have to have a strategic conversation with regard to all of this. But I'm with you with regard to we do have dollars to give our teachers what they need to do their jobs, be it staff development or one-time purchases. I've had this conversation with Carol as she's developing the high school science program. So you're absolutely right. We do have the funds to do this, but we have not had the strategic conversation with regard to implementing all of this.
And then one last point, and then I'll shut up. I would ask that when you have that strategic conversation, don't think in terms of we'll get it when we build the new school, because what we argued to the community when we passed the bond and made hundreds of phone calls about was that we were going to be using the funds now, and then we could move the machines into the new school. So you can buy a smart board now and then move it into the new school. Buy the computer carts now and then roll them into the new school. So to the extent that where we have an FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment budget, there's no reason not to think in terms of get it now and then move it into the new school.
Well, I don't. Let me finish one. So one concern I have is getting the equipment here in time to set up for the practice tests. At current, they are out of stock everywhere. I need to order like yesterday. I really need some fund balance or a budget to pull the funds out that I'm going to need to make this purchase, and I kind of need it tonight if at all possible. So if we could pull it out of the technology fund, that's fine.
Yeah.
Take it.
Mr. Bonet, does that work? He needs. We need $60,000 tonight.
Well, we need more than $60,000 to.
Okay.
You know, we're talking about around $80,000 to make the purchase that we're going to require.
And
so the school board set aside $400,000 for technology. So money is in that account. He hasn't spent it all. So we can use dollars.
Do you have $80,000 in there?
$40,000 from the Common Core. He can use another $40,000.
No, without any from the Common Core tonight. He needs the money tonight. We can't touch this funds tonight for legal. So
again,
do we have enough $80,000 in the technology fund?
Yeah, we do.
Right now.
We do.
Okay.
So the board set aside $400,000 for technology, and we've been rolling that out. But again, we haven't had that strategic conversation that I need another $80,000 worth of computers. So this is like the first time I've heard about it. That's why my hands were buried in my face a little earlier. So strategically, we haven't had that conversation.
So I'll just offer that we have a lot of things that need to be discussed. I totally get that, but I think for the benefit of any authorization that's needed this evening, have that conversation. Know that the board supports the purchase of those books, if that helps at all.
When we've had conversations with regard to him needing additional funds for teacher technology, I've never said no.
Yeah. We know you're not going to say no.
It's just having that conversation.
Yeah.
What we need.
Yeah, I thought we had already approved the purchase of the carts for the SBAC testing. I thought we really had already approved that. So if we haven't, I think the board, we've approved the $400,000.
Great.
And I think it's within your
could we
the
hear
superintendent's.
Can we hear from our superintendent?
Authority to, because it's less than 83,000 or whatever the.
Yeah, I'm listening to this conversation, and we do have carts in place now that have been purchased, and we're using carts in the schools. Correct?
Yeah, we have iPad carts. We have three iPad carts.
Now we're talking, if I understand, Brian, correctly, we met today about this, and we're talking about carts with 6 carts with 30 Chromebooks on each cart.
In each cart, correct.
Right. So that's a different issue. And the money's there. We heard from Mr. Bonet, the money's there. We hear the board's support. We need to have them. We need to have them tested. The Common Core is now. I mean, we're ready for it. We can't spend that money tonight. We can wait 2 weeks. But if we've got it in the budget, which I'm hearing we do, we got to go now and get these in the students' hands ASAP.
Okay, thank you. That's what I needed. I appreciate it.
And I wanted to second what Mark Bonet was saying about, and what, I can't remember now which one of you was saying, okay, don't be waiting just for ECCL. Those are exactly the conversations we've been having about what we need to make science in particular right now, so it will be satisfactory at the high school. At the same time, before we can just go, okay, go ahead and just spend that pot of money, let's make sure when we look at the big picture, we need to wait a week or two and have some conversations with all the people who might need some money right now. Because in spite of the fact that this district is much better financially off, if we got everything that everybody wanted, I guarantee you there wouldn't be enough money. So you have to sit down and do it with enough parties at the table so that you know all of the interests are there and you've appropriately prioritized them. Then bring you guys a budget and say, this is what we need, here's the top priority, here's how much money we need.
That's great.
Okay.
Can I, just on the, Mr. Choate, the Chromebooks, I guess how I understand and I agree with you that having keypads is much better than
correct.
But
yeah.
how is the Chromebooks to be integrated with our existing iPad carts and existing technology? And we just purchased a bunch of Macs for the computer lab.
Yeah.
I'm just, what's the vision for tying all this technology together?
The vision with the Chromebooks, the cost is really the factor and the deciding factor in purchasing them. The cost is much less than buying laptops. I can put them in carts. I can mobilize them from site to site. So I can move all of these carts from one site to another, and then I can split them up for curriculum purposes.
But can they be used for other than SBAC testing?
Absolutely. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they integrate directly into Google Docs, and I've recently purchased Google Docs domain name, and it's free. The Google for Education is free.
Yeah.
And so I'm getting that set up and ready to go. And once we have that, we can create accounts for students, allow them to, store documents on Google Drive. They can communicate and collaborate with their teachers and associates within.
I'm not the tech expert, so you don't need to persuade me one way. I just want to know that we're not just buying the cheapest thing we can and the quickest thing we can get, so we can get our testing.
The technology's really come a long way. All the kids in my daughter's school now are using them, and it's amazing, the technology. The trick is not getting the cheap ones. You have to have enough memory.
4 gigs.
And that's the mistake a lot of people have made, is they get the very cheapest one and it doesn't have enough memory, and then it bombs in the middle of the test. So.
And the reason it's going over this budget is because I'm not buying the cheap ones. They all have 4 gigs and looking at some really high-end equipment.
Yeah, those are the right ones to get.
I don't want to buy anything without a warranty either.
My other question on the technology was, do we have the bandwidth to, conduct SBAC testing at the same time in multiple classrooms?
Absolutely. Our backbone is a gigabit, and we're a gigabit direct to the internet. We are really, really well positioned with bandwidth.
Okay.
The SBAC testing, we could test the entire school and not have an issue with bandwidth.
Okay. Does that include looking to the future, multiple classrooms streaming videos and
absolutely
interacting?
And in fact, I am in the process of building a video streaming server, an internal video streaming server. That was part of the presentation that I told you I was purchasing a file server. So if you want, I can show you some videos on my phone from our server.
not at the moment. Well, Mr. Gwynn has some questions for you.
We're really well positioned with bandwidth, especially with the new site. We're already up to a gigabit on our backbone, and our direct connection to the internet is 1 gigabit. We're in a better position than almost all the districts, except the ones who are at a gigabit like we are.
Okay.
So we're fine.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions? Let Miss Allen.
Member Dwin had some.
I just have one for Miss Allen, and help me with this, because I just have a small concern regarding the committee. And what I mean by that is that back in October, the principals gave a fall presentation on the focus areas and some of the educational priorities. And if we're talking about aligning and articulating the curriculum K through 12, and I know one of the main focus areas was proficiency in math and ELA and reading, especially at the high school. And on the committee itself, I don't see any teachers in that 6th, 7th, 8th, or high. I see a couple of these maybe in high school, but I'm just kind of concerned about that articulation from the instructional material side to make sure that all grades K through 12 are aligned to one another and not seeing teachers at a certain grade level on this committee.
So we see the committee as representatives. Many of them are from Annie Yates, which most teachers have a credential K-8, meaning that they've taught more than what's in their own grade level. So when we look at plans, we don't look at them in terms of just grade specific, and that's something that we've talked about. So again, when we talk about it, we state K-12, which means if they're representatives of their school site or representatives of teachers. Actually, as a group, we're representative stakeholders. So any needs or concerns that we don't know, then we actually go back. So having principals, having, Dr. Balf, having Sharice Cologne, they have a wide variety of actually K-8, K-12. So we invite anyone to join. I've invited anyone to join. These are the ones who have stepped up and volunteered. But it's not to have a conversation about kindergarten and first grade curriculum and science.
Right. Okay.
Many of us have taught actually several grades and can speak to that. So before I go to instructional materials, the last part of technology is that I just want to state that Ryan actually have spoken to IT directors in other districts who've already who were the pilot districts for SBAC and have used the Chromebooks in other capacities. So this is not, so when we present something, I definitely appreciate the questions and to also know that we've researched. So many of us have researched it. We've talked to other, like he talks to his counterparts in other districts. I talk to my counterparts in other districts. We attend curriculum committee councils. Tomorrow, Ryan and I are going to an SBAC a training where we see our counterparts together. And so we're constantly using, in terms of building our professional network, we are always bouncing ideas and asking questions to make sure why make the mistakes when another district has already made that. And they can tell us exactly what to do and what not to do. And so there are at least 2 or 3 of them who've purchased Chromes, used the Chromes, and they share that in the meetings that we attend at the county. So that's just something to also, I just want to give you information so you all will know that when we speak to it, we always consider everything, and we try to consider also doing the research before we bring something to our group. So with instructional materials, basically the committee, when you look at Common Core, literacy is a strand that is throughout K-12, and it doesn't matter what the content area is. So that's why our focus is on literacy, and really, again, funding is $40,000, but when we research and look to see, we really want to look at a writing program that uses enriching text, fiction and nonfiction from K-12, historical science reference books, online subscriptions and apps, K-12, leveled libraries that are English language arts curriculum focused, addressing English learners and students below grade level K-12. A resource library specifically addresses the Common Core standards in terms of having books, CDs, and tapes available for all content areas. And the focus for the first part is to really focus on literacy because that's something that everyone can engage in. And sometimes when we separate it in subjects, other teachers feel left out, particularly if you are a department of one or two at the high school. So future considerations. To address focus areas, in terms of focus areas that did not get included in the Common Core Implementation Plan, we want to place that in the LCAP process. So as a constituent group, that will be another list. Anything that we didn't get in the plan, I'll list it as a constituent group. Again, because the purpose is to look at the picture in terms of what teachers feel that they need. And so if there's plenty of money for them to purchase everything that they need, they'll be more than happy. And so we want to make a robust list so we can start to actually identify and be strategic in terms of what will give us high leverage. And if we can purchase everything, then great. If not, then what will give us the most leverage to implement Common Core and to actually address the 3 goals that the board adopted in the fall. We want to pilot technology curriculum or technology integrated into the curriculum assessment. So this is where our future considerations is in terms of a group of teachers to actually pilot that curriculum and see if, is this what we actually want to use, or is there something else? But to use groups of teachers to determine whether this technology will best meet their teaching and student learning needs, or is there something else that may be more appropriate. Another future consideration is to look at a standards-based report card, 912. So with Common Core, standards are changing, so will the reporting change, and so will what we expect students to learn change, and we can no longer use the typical standard grading options. So it may look different in terms of what some of our systems look like in terms of Aries or School Loop or others out there, and so that's a future consideration, because right now Aries has a division. It's either Aries Eagle or Aries Net that actually produces a standard-based report card, because the way our teachers are producing our report cards now is very time-consuming, and we want something that will help teachers do that really effectively. And then also the purchase of core curriculum is something to consider. So while we understand the state has put out a notice stating this is what we should purchase, those who have really are Common Core experts that we've addressed, and when we attend conferences or workshops, are sending out the warning signals to not purchase maybe for about 2 years. To be really skeptical about textbook companies that slap Common Core on top of the books, and it's really the same book that we just had 2 years ago. They just changed the title, or they've changed the color or the graphics, but it's really the same textbook. So while we are still actively pursuing textbooks and curriculum that need to be current, we don't also want to get stuck with a book that we have to have for the next 8, 9, 10 years when we could have waited. So we made that mistake, and I'll just state it. When the California standards first came out in math, and EATS made that mistake. We ordered Math Coach because it had the standards at the top, and it was actually, after 5 years, it was voted the worst book on the list to actually have. So we do not want to make that mistake again. So this, again, is just something for future considerations. And there's probably a host of what the committee will state our future considerations, but our goal is to look at what's needed, now, not stating that we don't think about the future, but we have to implement something, we have to implement something to actually make sure that we are teaching to the Common Core standards. So I know you all had questions and comments throughout, but are there any further questions or comments?
Anybody have questions? This is our first run through, and what's the plan for the next iteration, I guess, for us?
So at the next board meeting, it will be presented again for public comment, and then we will ask the board to adopt it. So you will see sort of the same thing. You won't see details. We do not have to, we have to show the specifics before July 1st. However, in order to sometimes spend the money, we want to make sure, what we'll do is look at everything and see what will get the most bang for our buck. But make sure that we're not handcuffed because we don't have the specifics, and that's what is actually stated by CDE, is that you don't have to have the specifics to encumber the money or to spend the money.
So I would just ask that Mr. Bonet, Josh, I just want to make sure Mr. Bonet hears my comment. I would just ask that when you come back and think about if you're using that $60,000 from some other pot on the technology to get the Chromebooks out tomorrow, that you work with Mr. Bonet and the superintendent to figure out, how to rejigger that 60, or, we're going to spend that on some other technology part of the $400,000 that is now a hole because we spent that.
And I'll circle back with Mark.
Great. Okay.
We'll get him in the loop.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Any other?
All right, thank you.
Thank you both, everybody, and even one. We've lost one. Thank you. So we'll now move on to item 8. I believe it's the LCFF and LCAP update.
So this is an LCAP and LCFF update, and so I wanted to first share a video about the local control funding formula that I felt in terms of West Ed. So you know they have a nice resource library that will give you information, but I think this will capture in terms of some of the bigger picture in terms of what we're doing with our LCAP to develop or tell our story. So this is a video that can be found online, and for any of our viewing audience, again, this is through California Department of Education and the wested.org, and so the websites are here, but this is, again, a video that I think that helps shape some of what we're doing with LCAP.
Welcome to the California State Board of Education's LCFF channel. The video and audio downloads available on the LCFF channel are designed to help the education community learn about how the local control funding formula works to support local implementation activities. The focus of this brief segment provides some guidance regarding how to think about and begin development of a quality local control and accountability plan. January 16th, the State Board of Education approved a template for the Local Control and Accountability Plan, or LCAP. The timing is great, as all districts, charter schools, and county offices of education need to have a completed and local board-approved LCAP in place prior to their final budget adoption for 2014-15. The LCAP is a critical part of what makes LCFF work to support student success. The simplification in the funding formula for education made by LCFF is not just for the sake of simplicity, but because a simple formula is important to support the goal of increased transparency and accountability. The development and sharing of the LCAP is how LCFF supports these goals. The LCAP is first and foremost about creating a great plan that will guide how a district, charter school, or county office of education supports student success. Ideally, it will be brief, easy to understand, and contain key information about how an educational agency plans to act and spend funding to address state and local priorities for student success. It resembles the type of information contained in a strategic plan, where the emphasis is on creating a document that shares the story of how an agency plans to achieve its mission and vision. The LCAP is intended to be a comprehensive plan that includes LCFF funds received by a local education agency. It can include other funds if such information is helpful. Each LCAP is expected to include information about the goals, services, and spending plan that address the needs of all pupils and each significant subgroup. Furthermore, the LCAP must reflect specific goals for school sites, which may be district-wide or county-wide or called out by individual site. The LCAP does not replace existing site plans. Rather, it is expected that the LCAP and site plans are aligned and that site-level advisory groups are informed about and have been engaged in providing input to the development of the LCAP. The LCAP is organized around state and local priorities. In the case of school districts, the state has identified 8 priorities that must be addressed over the course of the 3-year LCAP horizon. County offices of education must address these same 8 priorities, plus 2 additional priorities related to coordination with other agencies. Charter schools may develop plans that address the 8 state priorities, but these may be modified based on the goals identified by each charter school in its application. Let's take a brief tour of the LCAP and its components. The LCAP is comprised of 3 sections. Section 1 asks for information about stakeholder engagement and how this has contributed to the development of the LCAP. Section 2 is where goals for the LEA and school sites are described with an explanation of progress indicators. Section 3 is where actions, services, and expenditures are described that address the goals from Section 2. Each section starts with instructions. The instructions are directly related to requirements from the Education Code. Following the instructions are guiding questions. The guiding questions are included to help prompt thinking that may help construct a story or information that goes into the plan for the specific section. It is not necessary or desirable to provide answers to every question when writing the LCAP. There is information that must be written in each section. It is expected that when read together, the information across the sections provides an accessible story about the needs, approach, and investments that each LEA is making to support student success for all students. LEAs may resize pages or attach additional pages to facilitate completion of the LCAP. The LCAP is intended to help LEAs prepare a performance-based plan that reflects local needs, local approaches, and local conversations. It is not a plan that needs to be created, but one that should be created if we are serious about engaging stakeholders, supporting transparency, and committing to meaningful accountability. It does not ask for signatures, sign-in lists, or dates. What it does ask for is a local story that emphasizes a progression of impact over the 3 years captured in each LCAP. A few tips to close with. Engagement of stakeholders is critical to LCFF. As you plan for this engagement, consider what information stakeholders need and the types of contributions you are asking of them. Make this plan a local story with local importance. This LCAP is not for the state. It's your local district, charter school, or county office of education spending plan for student success. Expect to start okay and get better at this over time. The approach to planning promoted by the LCAP is not what most LEAs are accustomed to. Our first LCAPs are going to be okay to start, but let's commit to make them better as we go. Finally, if you're an LEA that has a great strategic plan, use it as a starting point. Good strategic plans generally are good because stakeholders have been engaged, goals are focused, activities are clear, and the content has been communicated. That's exactly what will make a great LCAP. Thank you for viewing this edition of the LCFF Channel's Implementation Insights. More information can be found.
I started. More information can be found at those two websites that are on the slide. So I wanted to just show that because I think 2 points that I wanted to highlight was developing our story in terms of how we do it here. And again, concerns that had came up is can we start messy? And can we take those risks, and is it okay? And so I think developing our story in terms of what our narrative is key and important. And also the piece where it's okay to start where we are, and then we get better over time. So this is a reading room, in terms of a resource that actually has, while I have it up here, that actually has an LCFF channel. They have a reading room in terms of several videos that you can look at. They have links of interest, and then they have contact information. I'm trying to get to all. So this is an example of all the videos that they have. So as time goes on and people would want to understand what LCFF and what LCAP is, this is a resource that that any of us can point our stakeholders to if we can't explain it, well ourselves. And so not only does it have this, it also allows those who can use their own learning style, whether they're visual or audio or hands-on, but it allows them to take their time to understand the information because it's a lot to actually unpack and to process. In terms of just giving you all a quick update, I wanted to, what I also uploaded in the agenda was the link to find information for the LCAP, and while it's not where it needs to be, but I tried to place as much information as possible on it. And so when you see the LCAP input sessions, so for instance, this is an example.
How did you get there? Can you go back to the beginning because you was at the front page, then you just...
So when you're at the home page, you can either click on my name, which probably should have something about curriculum, not the LCAP first, but I'll work on that. But the quick links, you have LCAP information. Okay. So if you click that on, then this is everything about LCAP. What's to the left are resources such as the West Ed, California Department of Education, and also LAO, the Legislative Analyst Office. It's so hard for me to say that word. But it's information that it gives you a variety. So a lot of them say the same thing, but it allows people who want to find out information and seek more information, several resources. And for those of us who may not be able to explain it, we can at least steer our stakeholders to this page. So the first part is the local control funding formula, explaining what that is, and then you can click on, because our pages are limited, so I try to highlight some of the areas in terms of what is LCFF, what are the state priorities, stating that it's a work in progress, and then what is the accountability plan in our process, and truly identifying that this is an opportunity to develop our story. So we're still seeking parents to participate on the district advisory committee. I have about 7, and I should be able to present the names at our next meeting and have some of them here. The notes is the information from the LCAP input sessions. So if you click on the ones that I've had or been able to upload, you'll just, right now what you'll see a list of what is basically like the wish list. So I think it's right here. So like NEH School Site Council, and so just the conversation that we've had around the LCAP. And what this does, it gives the board an opportunity to see what stakeholders are saying. So you don't necessarily have to be at every meeting. Or what I found is that I have to go to where the stakeholders are versus they have to come to me. And so any parent involvement workshop that you attend, most of them will say go to the local church, go to the local community center. We don't necessarily have that because our community isn't like that. So where I have to go are where the stakeholders are and talk to them so they can bring more stakeholders to the next meeting.
So, Annika, let me ask you this. When will this initial inputs that you're receiving from these different meetings come to the board as like a total summation of what your stakeholders' meetings and what those input from those stakeholders were?
So right now, so I think Member Alfeld had mentioned doing a study session. So I can start off with just everything, or I can bring it together when it's more synthesized. So it's really what you all would like, and I can present in that manner. So originally, again, it's just the wish list that won't necessarily, you understand that. So I can start from this is what everyone is stating, or start to bring it in to synthesize it when we look at what the local goals are and how do we develop our stories in the 8 priority areas.
So when you say you would bring what everyone has said, what all stakeholders have said, would you bring that after each meeting or after all the meetings have been completed?
Excuse me, Ms. Allen. Remember, what we're planning to do is when Ms. Allen has all the wish lists, if you will, from the stakeholders. Okay. We are planning to have a leadership team sit down, take a look at those. Okay. Ms. Allen, Mr. Bonet, myself, Karen Pierce from Special Ed. Sit down and look at all of the wish lists and then prioritize what we believe should come to the board. Okay. Not that you won't see them all, but you'll have our recommendation on what we believe should be the highest priority.
Okay, I can work with that. And then in between, if we want to look at some of the input, we can go to the website.
That's correct. And so the other critical group that has to, so we want to make sure that we follow the process, but we also have to have our district parent advisory group that will give input and state what are some of those priorities as well.
Okay. So right now, what sessions or meetings do you have on the website that have input from those sessions?
So right now is the NEH School Site Council. I've attended the Emery Secondary School PTO, District English Learner Advisory Council, Emery Secondary School Staff, and NEH School Staff. So when you look at, so one area that you all have to look constantly is right here. The second part is the LCAP Stakeholder Engagement Calendar, and as soon as something shifts, I will change it. So this calendar here, please come up, maybe not.
I mean, while that's coming up, that's fine, but I'm actually more concerned of actually having these meetings and getting input from stakeholders. You know, I'm good with as the calendar change, but I'm more concerned about the notes in the LCAP inputs.
Exactly. So the calendar will tell you when I meet with the groups. Right. Not only does it tell you when I meet with the groups, it tells you what I'm discussing with the groups. So as soon as that comes in, it's posted. So right now, with the calendar, it states like all the stakeholders. So there's still meetings in terms of CSEA bargaining or ETA bargaining, because that's part of what we have to do in terms of consulting with the plan. We still have student input. So Celeste is working with, I think she's done the 9th graders and 10th. And so, the next meeting, I believe, she'll have the majority of them, but some students from the leadership class will talk about that process. And when I get the information, I post it immediately.
Ms. Emery, can you forward me the input from the website? from the stakeholder meeting?
You don't want to click on it?
No.
He's not a
Did
click
you give
on
me,
it.
will you send me the input from the input session?
The
from LTAP?
attachments?
Yes. Thank you.
So, I appreciate all the work that you've done putting together the website, and given our vast capacity in the district, that's meant you personally have constructed that web page and been posting stuff at 2 in the morning sometimes. So I you know, this is exactly the kind of transparency that we need. And it's a very good starting place, and I think we need to keep building on that. I've looked at the notes, and as I said, you know, it's really great you're going around to these different meetings and getting stuff. Right now they read, you're at the wish list stage, so they do read sort of like, we like this, and some people like that, and one person said this, and you know, I don't know if 10 people said something and one person said, they both kind of get equal billing. So we haven't seen the prioritization. And going forward, I guess I would like to see the list organized along the 8 state priorities, and
so it will,
and our district, you know, kind of priorities from
so what
our
you'll see
retreats.
is, if you look on the engagement calendar, again, the outcomes talks about when I'll start to prioritize them. So instead of me or district staff, well, actually district staff and cabinet will be a stakeholder. So our list will be up there as well. So cabinet, this is our wish list. But if on the calendar it states exactly when I'll start to prioritize. And so when you have stakeholders engaged in the prioritizing, they help develop the story versus I go to them and tell them what the story should be. So again, it's on the calendar in terms of outcomes when that happens. It's actually on the calendar when the draft of the plan will start for stakeholders to give back consultation. So I try to, again, update it and try to be as specific as possible, because what I'm doing is I'm getting feedback from staff, and that's district, teachers, you know, parents, well, actually all of our stakeholders. So eventually, we do begin to develop the story. If I start in a place where people don't feel like they're being heard, and that's why I want to be transparent, I think we've looked at the calendar in terms of how we need to build it before it has to be adopted. And so I think it's very critical for stakeholders to feel that they've been heard, and also that we stay true to the process. So in any of the literature that talks about LCAP, what is the main? They talk about transparency, and they talk about stakeholders, which is why I think that video was a really good video. And it's opportunity to develop a story. So in the calendar, it will state like this is the time when that group will begin to start to categorize and actually synthesize what that information means in terms of our 3 goals and how to tell the story in the state priorities in terms of what it means to be, in terms of what it means for the outcomes of those 3 goals, or it could be their site goals as well.
So I guess what I'd like to see is you could organize these notes now along the 8 state and not prioritize them, but just this one is about student achievement. This one's about parent involvement. This one's about.
So the reason, I'm going to.
It would just be easier to digest instead of a laundry list.
So I understand.
It's still a laundry list. It's just a laundry list.
So I hear what you're saying, and I'll consider that. And the reason I haven't done that is because if I do it, then the group will not have the opportunity to do it themselves, and I need them to do it. So as soon as they do it, it's popped up on that website.
Okay. So when you're talking to folks, say these are the 8 state priorities.
So when I go through the workshop,
where do you think that belongs?
Yeah. So when I go through the workshop and I talk about the state priorities,
you don't have to defend it. That's just my input.
Okay.
And I guess the other thing though is I do think it would be good to have a board study session around the same time that the district staff is doing the same thing, to look at what the data that you've gathered and for us to sort of give our board vision input into, some shape and direction, not kind of, we're not writing the LCAP yet, but we're giving you feedback on what we think the priorities are, or how we would prioritize things, or, maybe it's a matter of us looking at this data and just, we're the stakeholder group. You're getting our input at that phase.
So what I possibly...
And I think that's sometime in March is...
It can't... So I think you would have to... You all should... Well, President Dice and Mr. Quinn would arrange when that study session would happen. And at a study session, I can definitely take the notes and then prioritize that. So if it's visually... because then you're going through your study session, and then if you need me to do that, I'll do that. And so, however, they prioritize with the groups, that's definitely an exercise of going through that. But I can definitely provide that when it's time for your study session. But I guess President Dice and Mr. Quinn will arrange that date in terms of the logistics, or you all can have that conversation now in terms of how do you want to do during this board meeting?
So, I'll defer to the president unless other, but my recommendation would be, first of all, I think you've got one community meeting scheduled on March 1st.
That is correct.
And I think that's a very significant and important community meeting, and we really need to communicate the heck out of that ahead of time through our 5 ways of communication that
you're going to discuss later on.
That we're going to discuss later on. That this meeting is for the community, and it's prioritize how you want us, the district to be spending money and shaping the instructional program for the coming years, and come out and have your voice heard. And we should have 50 to 100 people there.
Yes, so I think one is definitely place it on the first page of the LCAP. I've spoken to Celeste, and her students are going to make posters and signs for both schools. We'll do the robocalls, and then we'll do actually, we know of right now 3 listservs that exist. There's an Annie Yates PTO, an ESS PTO, and the DLAC, and to actually send that out on their listservs, and also any mailings that goes through the Wednesday packets to do that.
Yeah.
Can I offer too that we do have the city, that email list will probably be beneficial as well, and they'd be willing to post things, especially a community meeting such as this one. I think they would definitely do it, and I think they mail things out at least once a week, so like a community newsletter, city manager's newsletter or something like that. So I'm sure we could probably ask and see if that information can be posted in terms of getting people outside of the, the district too, residents or whoever.
No, that would be great. So that would be awesome.
It'd be great to leverage it if we could.
But real quickly, I just noticed though, for that meeting, you may want to look at the time. You have 9:30 a.m.
And you suggest what time?
I would suggest if we want to get 100 people out there sometime in the evening.
On a Saturday?
Oh, that's a Saturday.
Yeah, it's Saturday.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So especially if you all want to be there, is 9:30 too early, or do I need to make it 10 o'clock?
9:30 on a Saturday. It's 9:30 Saturday.
9:30, 10.
You know what? I think you set it up as you need it to be, so I say go with it. But only one other thing, ETV, if there's a way for us to put something that follows our meetings or something, some way to say go to our website or reference the community meeting would be great, to do some graphic or something. I just want to throw that out.
So a few other thoughts on the calendar. I think that then the study session should follow that meeting, whether that's a following Saturday, the 8th, or the next board meeting, 12th. Anyway, that would be my. Secondly, I think that we need. You have built into the calendar you prioritize, and you get a draft of the LCAP, and then you I think go around and get some feedback on the LCAP. There's at some point before adoption there should be another 2 points. We also get the May revise in the middle of May that kind of changes the budget numbers, and it may be we have more money.
Okay.
That comes after the LCAP has been drafted. So then, you need to build that in to say, oh, you know what, we can do a few more things than we thought we could, and so that needs to be incorporated. And then finally, I would say, another, maybe it's a board meeting, but maybe it's a study session before adoption, but sort of end of May for the board to then kind of you've run through the second round, we have the May revise, you've gotten feedback on the draft LCAP for us to then kind of finally hone down and give whatever final direction you need to take off, or maybe it's done at that point, but I just think one more shot for us to make some final tweaks, because we probably at that point will be excluding things that there's still some amount of support for and making some tough calls, and we'll want to get, if not formal, at least some informal feedback from the community before we actually finally adopt the thing by the end of June. So
to summarize, two study sessions, one after the May revise, one after the first community meeting.
Right.
But the May 1st community meeting, and the third one you stated was
build in the May revise
for another community meeting, or for another.
Just be cognizant of how the May revise is going to impact the draft.
Potentially.
Yes.
So it almost should be on the calendar, like May revise, May 15th, adjust LCAP draft accordingly.
And I can do that. I know the one above was that engagement calendar is the budget development calendar. So I wasn't sure if there was another meeting or just to be cognizant of that. I wasn't sure what direction you were giving.
It's a line item on your calendar that acknowledges there's a May revise.
Okay.
And there's going to be a revised draft based on the May revise. A revised draft of the LCAP. The budget's there, but the LCAP provision.
In the LCFF LCAP budget, there is the May revise is in the calendar. There is not a line after that says revise LCAP based on May revise. But there are items that are being presented to the board after the May revise with regard to the budget adoption process.
So, Mr. Burnett, while you're up there, have you had any conversations with the District Budget Advisory Committee regarding the LCCF or the LCAP?
Yes, we've had a couple of meetings already. Unfortunately, they weren't well attended, but we had meetings that were conveyed to all the former BAC members.
Okay. Seems like you have one coming up tomorrow as well. Okay.
And for further information on the attachments, there's also the LCAP budget development calendar. So because there aren't necessarily sometimes specific dates that can be pointed to, because it's dependent on when, dependent on the governor's budget, that also is another piece of information that people can utilize.
One question in your video, it describes the value of building on a strategic plan, and the district has been talking about college-ready culture and STEM, and we haven't had the meeting to sort of recap and align where we're going with that work. Where does that work fit in this process, and where does that set of decisions fit in this process?
We've actually talked about, so the committee that worked on the Common Core is one that's willing to take that work up as well. And so to think about if these are all of the areas that stakeholders are stating, what is it that we realistically can focus on in terms of STEM, STEAM, college-going culture? We already know, because of the Common Core, it forces you to think about college and career connections. I mean, that's what the whole Common Core really is about. And so that group is willing to take that up and meet with other teachers or other stakeholders to see what realistically can we do. So we have had that conversation.
So, but when do we get to a decision?
So we can either come to a decision, actually, we can come to a decision stating this is what we want to do, or we can state these are the resources that we have. And I think one part in terms of really focusing on being realistic is identifying what resources do we have, because that will help us identify the direction.
Can I suggest that it would be helpful for the board, for staff to come back and say, with the resources we have these alternatives. We can go in this direction or this direction, but not, to have something that's fully fleshed out and that has the resources for success.
So to use the resources that we currently have. Because again,
well, I think with either direction we have, you may say that with the resources we have, if we had this much more, this is what we could do. If we had this much more, we could do this.
Got it. I understand.
With the resources we have, we can do this already.
Understand.
But I think what I'm looking for is to close the loop, because this has been an open discussion for a bit too long, and I think we have an opportunity to bring all of these conversations together.
Okay.
So that our strategic plan and the LCFF and the teachers and the students and the parents are all in alignment, which is the purpose of this in any case.
Okay.
But I don't want to leave that conversation orphaned.
We can do that at the next meeting. So I'll meet with the team tomorrow, and we can at least start that process at this conversation at the next board meeting.
Excellent. I think my purpose in bringing it up is ultimately the districts that do best are going to define what they're going to do best. We're way too small to be a jack of all trades. We need to decide what our core strength is going to be, and it can't be everything.
Yeah.
So that's what that process was about, and I'm looking forward to hearing what you come up with.
Okay, great.
I agree with that, and I think I think you told me you were doing this in some sessions, but that it does make sense to, when you're meeting with, whether it's the students or the parents, that you're telling them what the board, has this at least rough outline of a college-going STEM direction. And so that informs at least their thinking about what, or not. They can reject that, but they should know.
It makes sense, because the next part again is when, in terms of developing the story, so because you can't necessarily have, like people stated, this is what we want ideal, but really, what are you thinking about in terms of outcomes, and what gives you the most leverage, and how do you develop that story in the state priorities, as well as the vision or where the district has an opportunity to go with teaching and learning and programs.
Right. I guess I'm just on the community forum, and at least the one on March 1st, and maybe there's another one after to review the draft. I guess that was my other suggestion.
Okay.
Is to have another community forum sometime in May to review the draft.
So that was before, I think that's
probably after the May revise.
After the May revise, right?
And after the draft is kind of pretty much coming together.
Okay.
I think that would be, but in any community forum that we have, I think, I'm working on with some grassroots partners, including Celeste's group, a list of best practices for districts to engage in to have authentic and meaningful community engagement. It won't just be, how to run a good community forum. It's going to be many of the things that you're doing, involving the SSC and et cetera. But we certainly are going to be listing, having translations, food care, child care, putting it at a reasonable hour, time where people can get there, those sorts of things. So
remove the barriers.
Yeah. Are we going to have translation? I guess. I mean, I'm sure you're.
Well, we've talked about in terms of which person will come and translate. Or which staff members.
In Spanish and any other
Spanish and
languages?
Spanish, we have Spanish speakers and Punjabi speaking or Hindu speaking staff.
Okay, that would be great if we could have both present. And great. And I will send you the standards when hopefully next week we'll get those finalized.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Allen, I just want to say good job with this. Great job with the website. Great job with the assembling the stakeholders meetings with the notes on the website. I'm really impressed and happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Leslie, what's the, maybe Celeste can come up, and if she wasn't already planning to I guess, I'm curious to know what the plans are to engage students, and
Yes.
including whatever role Youth Together is playing. That'll work.
Hey everybody again. So I've been working with Miss Allen to really talk about what community engagement looks like around the LCFF. The organizations that I'm with is Youth Together, and we've been working on LCFF passing before it was called the LCFF, when it was just these ideas 5 or 6 years ago. And so we've been monitoring and advocating for this process statewide, and are really excited to figure out what that looks like locally, right? And we're doing this in a few ways. We're working with the California Endowment, and next weekend we'll be training a whole bunch of California groups and school districts on our toolkit that we developed, which in our toolkit, it's a way to explain where we've been. We've developed 3 toolkits along the way, and the first 2 explain like why the LCFS should happen, like this idea of locally controlled funding. The second one discussed how the money would be, why groups with the highest needs need the most money, and now this one is how do we make it real in our communities. And so we're training other folks to do that, and we're really excited to bring that training to Emery. Now the way that that's happening is through a series of youth forums, which is really exciting. We're having 4, 1 per grade. Excuse me, it's the end of the night and I've been teaching all day. So we're having 4, 1 per grade, and using
in the high school.
At the high school, using our toolkit. And what's really exciting about that is that those young people who were here are going to be the ones facilitating that for their, with my help. But they've been practicing. They've missed lunch every day this week. They didn't miss it, but they gave up their free time. They ate in my classroom. Those that ate the lunch. They ate in the classroom, and have been practicing facilitating. So using our method of community engagement, we take the youth through a really interactive workshop that includes like a game of step up, step back, so they learn about privilege. They'll get like checks with different amounts, so they learn who gets what. There's a Jeopardy game, there's prizes, and then at the end of the workshop, we divide them into 8 groups based on the categories, and then they give and we go through a visioning process, and they begin to vision what they want their school to look like and what the improvements can happen based on these 8 categories. So that's how we're working with our young people, and the greatest part is that we're empowering Emory students to be able to facilitate that conversation, to do surveys, to do needs assessments, and then we're going to take some of our toolkit and use them at in how we engage in the parent forums as well.
That's great.
So I just want to say, Youth Together has brought so much value to this district and for our students. I just want to let you know I really appreciate the work that you're doing, as well as Youth Together. I mean, because I've seen tremendous growth in our students who are sitting on our committees, who are coming up, presenting to the board. I mean, I just say enormous growth. And I just want to thank you. And, you know, we definitely want and need to keep the service of youth together in this district.
Thank you.
So thank you for all your hard work.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And then the other piece that's really exciting is that our young people have been learning about SCCs at our office and at our regional meetings with all the other young people across the Bay. And so they came up to me and were like, we joined the SCC at Emory. So it's just a testament that of Ms. Allen working to engage our youth, and then our youth being able to take what we learned and actually build their own leadership. And so to participate on committees and in meetings that to most people would seem boring, but they're really, really engaged around it.
So I echo Member Dwayne's comment, but also have a question. Are you working with Ms. Allen on the March 1st forum to help turn out youth and parents to that
Yes.
event?
Absolutely. So we're working so part of the process of reaching out with the because we learned early that we just have to go where people are. It's just the way you community organize. So we visioned together. We had a lot of meetings around what would a PTO meeting look like, what would this community forum look like, and then what practices can we use to do outreach and engagement. So our young people are doing posters. They also plan to do a flyer campaign as parents drop off their kids to make sure that they come. And then they also have a turnout goal, because I try to teach my kids organizing and organizing language. So they all have a turnout goal of turning out 10 people. And we'll see if they make it.
Can you get over to Annie Yates too in the morning and do some flyering and engagement there? Because that's where 500 of the 700
I would have to
students
figure out. I think everything is possible.
I give you a ride.
I would have to figure out logistically what that means with district missing classes and all that other stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah.
We'll leave it up to you, but
So let's work with Ms. Brenda, and so actually engaging our Annie Yates ASB to do some of the same thing and actually send out flyers and give flyers out to parents.
And also post posters up on the walls in the schools as well.
Our young people are working to make those posters.
That's a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Allen? I think we have exciting times coming. Thank you so much for, so are there any members of the public that wish to address this particular topic? Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Allen.
Thank you, Ms. Allen.
We'll now move on to item H9, priority for enrollment at Annie Yates Elementary to graduates of Emeryville Child Development Center and the YMCA of the Central Bay Area. We have Dr. Steele coming up, right?
Yes, and
Great.
thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to bring this item before you tonight. Karen Steele, Director of Student Services and Special Education. So the purpose of this item is for the board to consider approving a resolution which would grant priority for enrollment through the inter-district process, the IDT, at Annie Yates Elementary School to graduates of Emeryville Child Development Center, known as ECDC, as well as the YMCA of the Central Bay Area. So by way of background, at the November 28th meeting in 2012, the ECDC Advisory Committee, which I am now a member of and enjoying participating on, those members passed a motion to recommend to the Emeryville City Council that the council would forward to you a recommendation to grant enrollment priority at Annie Yates Elementary School for children who are graduating from ECDC. And members thought that an enrollment priority would benefit the children and the families of the Emeryville community. And just to add a little bit more to that, is by sitting on the advisory committee, I've heard numerous parents talk or speak to the fact that although they're not residents of the district, their children are going to this particular center, becoming friends and playmates with children who are residents of the district, who will then matriculate to Annie Yates. And they want to keep this cohort of friends, playmates together through the rest of their education now that they've gotten their start through a preschool program. So that's the particular piece about ECDC, and so ECDC Advisory Committee sent that recommendation forward to the City Council, and a month later, on December 18th, 2012, the City Council adopted a resolution, which you should have in your packet, to recommend that the Emery Board of Trustees adopt a policy for priority enrollment at the Annie Yates Elementary School. At the same time, we've got this other organization that's serving preschool-aged children who actually are located in our building on the other side of that wall. So the YMCA Head Start program is having similar thoughts in terms of they're serving children who are residents of the district as well as children who are non-residents. And but these kids have established strong ties with the other children in the program, and they too wanted to have priority consideration with regards to enrollment at Annie Yates. So the YMCA Policy Council and their Board of Directors recommended, again, that you, the Board of Trustees, create a policy that grants priority enrollment. So what you have in your packet is a resolution that addresses the request of both of these groups. So something that's important to note is historically our kindergarten programs are over-enrolled. And so we are required to enroll all residents, or all children who are residents of our district. But when space does open up, we want to have a process in place that would then fill those spaces with children from a variety that are coming to us with a variety of needs. When I say a variety of needs, they might be a kinder sibling of students that are already enrolled and attending one of our schools. There might be employees in our community who have children that they want to attend our schools. There's a number of situations that could arise that is already listed in our board policy and administrative regulations that discuss all the different types of situations that could lead a parent to come to our district and say, I'd like to attend your school, and here's my application, and please consider me. So a number of us sat down and went over the board policy and administrative regulations and tried to decide, how do we go about granting priority in a way that seems fair and equitable to all the groups that might be coming before one of our principals asking for consideration. So what you'll see in the resolution is that when we talked about giving priority, we thought that the first priority should really be given to not splitting families. So that if there was a space that opened up in a kindergarten program, the first applicant that would be considered would be a sibling of a family that's already enrolled and attending one of our school programs. The second group of students that we would like to consider, as per this resolution, then would be children whose guardian is employed in Emeryville and whose business is contributing to the financial foundation of our school district. And so we thought with the next group of students could be those students then that are attending either ECDC or YMCA Head Start, and because they're coming in here on equal footing. They're both preschool students who are graduating from an Emeryville-based program who are non-residents. And that's the important thing to remember. We're talking about students that are non-residents of our district. So the resolution before you has them being considered thirdly after the other two groups of students are considered, if there are any applicants that fit those other two situations, and that we would do it by lottery, meaning we would select which agency to pull from first, and then the names of those children or those applicants would be in a pot, and we would draw randomly, alternating between ECDC and YMCA Head Start, so they both had an equal chance of participating in the program. Again, that's if space is available, and oftentimes space becomes available a bit further down the road than when school is set to open. So parents do have the opportunity of pulling their students out if they can get released from their district of residence and then enrolling them in our district. But I want to stop right there and see if there's any questions about how we came to the sequence of looking at priority enrollment. Any questions about any of the thoughts that went into this, or thoughts that you might have about looking at this a bit differently?
So you may not know the answer to this, but the Ed Code does require us to accept children of people who are working in the district, if we have space.
Yes, but
So it may be, in fact, that you had to put them number 2 over and above, say, someone who's at ECDC who's not a resident, who's not, parent isn't working in the district. Do you know if that's the case? Do we have the discretion? In other words, here's my question. Do we have the discretion to make 3 number 2, or do we have to make 2, your proposed 2, where it is number 2, over and above?
I cannot answer that tonight, and I'd be happy to look into it. I actually have our administrative regs, which don't state that children of employees must be enrolled in the district.
They don't have the priority that a resident does. But if we have space,
right,
and then we do have to take them. Is my understanding?
The Allen bill.
The Allen bill. Yeah.
Right.
So the Allen bill. So that's another thing about some of our policies and our regulations. I don't know how up to date they all are. But there was a piece about the Allen bill sunsetting. But then we also clearly have it in our administrative regulations that for child care and employment, that we will take those children. But again, it's listed with 8 other situations that we would consider for an interdistrict transfer. And it's not suggested in our regulations that it's more important than any of the other ones, or that those.
Well, can you look into that? I do think the.
Because I think it would affect then the sequence of
Well,
that priority.
I think it would be where you have it, which is that but it would tell me that I can't move up ECDC, over and above if I wanted to.
I think that's an excellent point.
Which I might want to.
It's one that I've read through and kept questioning myself, saying, because it says you must.
Right.
You must before anyone else.
Well, as a practical matter for the Allen bill, the family first has to get permission from the district they're coming from.
Yes.
And that district generally says no, and then they appeal to the county, and then the county generally in the past has said yes, although the county has the right to say no, you can't transfer to Emory. So even if we say yes, the district they're coming from, depending on if it's how much the parent wants to push it, could still say no. But I do think...
And they don't come to us until they get released from their district of residence.
That's right. And so often what it does is it creates a timing problem as a practical matter, because people are going through this process, it's taking months, and there's a bunch of people vying for the same space. And if you don't get the permission soon enough, you'll get one family who thought they were in, and then another family is approved, and it bumps out a family. So it can be, it's not as simple as the motion would lead you to believe. So I think there's that factor. We've actually, as a board, had this conversation at least 3 or 4 times, I think at least once under Mr. Quinn's previous administration. And for some reason, it hasn't quite been baked into the regulations in this way. So I don't know if there's something about setting up the resolution in a way. What I would suggest is, rather than doing this as the resolution as it's stated tonight, that staff go back and actually take the regs and tell us what change needs to happen in our administrative regs, and because we can pass this motion tonight, but I would guess that 9 months from now or 3 years from now, somebody else will be coming back to us with a similar motion because it may or may not have been translated into the
Current
regulations.
staff will go look at the regs. They
Well,
won't look at the resolutions
Yeah,
from
staff won't look at the,
2014.
right. So we've passed a number of these.
So can I offer that I think one difference I would not support that right now. I think we need to know if this is this a real thing. I mean, I think we just need to live it, because part of it is that both institutions could be called something else. It could be a third one that comes on. I mean, I think it's just in terms of there could be things going on that we don't know yet, and this may be a better, vehicle for us to really explore if there really are some rubs, what are true things before we put it in the policy. Is just my thought that comes to mind. But
That's just a quick question. Do we know how, on average, how many kids we're talking about every year from each program?
I think it's pretty.
We're talking like 5
We
kids.
get more from Head
I would
Start.
say it's 5 or fewer.
We get a lot from Head Start.
From ECDC?
We get a lot from Head
I would
Start.
say
A lot from
from
Head Start.
probably about both. But I mean, wanting to attend Anna Yates through an IDT. We actually are receiving IDT requests right now
Because we got
for
it
next
wasn't
year.
just those
Right.
two.
Right.
Right.
But I think Joy brings up I think the point you're getting to is a good one.
Yeah, I mean, if we know ahead of time that these people are interested, and there's enough interested, if we could put on another kindergarten class, then we can take everybody.
Yeah, we
And
talked
I
about that,
kind of
yeah.
asked Josh that question, and he said that the board has tried that in the past to kind of survey,
Yeah.
in January, hey, next year, do you want to go to Annie Yates? We want to plan ahead of time, and then it's not worked out for whatever reasons, but
I asked that same question when I first came here last year.
yeah, it just seems,
But
seems like the simple, logical step.
We ended up with a
His
class with 10
bubble.
kids in it, yeah.
Bubble. Yeah.
But historically, we have gotten a fair amount of students entering kindergarten from both of these agencies. Now, I know based on what Member Simon just said, I think the real earnest is the district going outreaching to both of those programs in a timely manner to
Do that early.
right, to do
Yeah.
that work early. And I think maybe within the past couple of years that's been the problem. We haven't actually done the outreach, because when I sat on the ECDC board, that was an issue as far as the district outreaching to parents at ECDC, not knowing the process and therefore going to another district. So I think if we can build the collaboration between the two like we had done.
To perhaps just address this one, because I just think it's a broader, project in terms of the outreach and how the timing of, and being able to early enroll and all those elements, because I think we have there's more factors than working beyond this piece right now, that there's other relationships we may not have established until really concretely. We'll be addressing a policy change every time something shifts, potentially.
Yep.
A new partner.
That's a good point.
But I think if we could at least have this in place, and maybe here some way say that it'll be reviewed in 2 years, put some not sunset, but put some limit here that will force the issue that we need to come back and revisit this and see where we are, and actually maybe have a more comprehensive approach to enrollment in general. I mean, that's just my thinking.
One of the purposes of bringing a resolution as well was to help educate the community in terms of how do you actually get enrolled in one of our schools if you're not a resident. And Member Dwin, you'll know this because you sat on that committee, is there has been a lot of misunderstanding where parents believed that if they enrolled their child in ECDC, that they would automatically gain enrollment at Anna Yates. So there's a dual purpose to this, is to really articulate how do you actually get into a school district in which you don't reside.
Exactly. And I think and also with transitional kindergarten coming up, I mean, we're going to need a feeder. And I think both these agencies are good feeders for our district. Go ahead.
So maybe I'm just being thick, President Dice, but I guess I'm not, and maybe it's just my lawyerly training.
It could be lawyerly training.
I think it's a lawyerly training. If we have a resolution that says, here's our priority, and then we have an administrative policy that says, no, here's our priority, and they're not the same, then we could be opening ourselves up to litigation where someone's saying you're not following your policy. You've passed a resolution, but really your policy is this one.
It should be the policy.
So I get it.
Why wouldn't?
I get that piece of it. I think, though, what we're missing, what this addresses a current reality. We have a broader, comprehensive need to review everything. And I think if we limit ourselves to just dealing with this piece, because we do have parents who are coming into the high school, group. That doesn't address ECDC or YMCA students. This is only for, the pre-K transition to kindergarten.
So we're not opening up the whole can of worms. As I understood Member Simon's request or suggestion was go to the administrative thing and tweak the, whatever needs to be tweaked to implement this priority for people coming out of ECDC.
But how is that administrative reg going to coincide with the policy?
Well,
you make a good point.
That's the amendment that I was suggesting was to tie the two together and say that implementation of this is contingent on changing the administrative reg. And what I also heard from Melody was to say that it's time limited, is to say that we say that it's really to set up a pilot program where we try this out for, Melody suggested 2 years, but that it's contingent on modification of the regs. So we can't even launch the pilot program until staff has time to work on the regs so that the two are not in conflict. So I think with those two changes, something could go forward, but the author of the resolution might want to go back and reword it a little bit so that we could go forward, especially given the late hour.
I guess I
do want to point out one thing, too. You currently have a resolution that you've adopted with regards to interdistrict transfers in general.
Right.
That says that we'll follow the Alameda County MOU, so to speak, in terms of how we process all of those. So it looks very much like this particular resolution.
I think this is all about bringing a partnership, solidifying a partnership that we have had for some years now. There were some issues that kind of separated the partnership, and now we have parents in our community that would like to know if they enroll their children in ECDC, that those students can have a K-12 to go to in the same environment with the same students that they attended preschool with. For me, I think that's good enough to pass this resolution, as well as put it in policy, because it's virtually all already there. It's just not stating ECDC and Head Start.
And I apologize, but I'd like to actually request that I be given the time to go back with Superintendent Quinn and actually confirm whether there's a requirement to enroll children of employees of the district or under child care through the Allen bill first, because otherwise we may have a resolution that does conflict, and I'd rather bring it back in 2 weeks and have it good to go.
And I mean, I think that's fine, but I think even if you poll the individuals, parents, and parents that have their children in ECDC, probably most of them are working in Emeryville. So I think for me, this is the right thing to do for a feeder into our district and to our community who have students in preschool in this district.
So I'll wait for your direction.
Any other comments from board members?
Yes, I'm happy to time limit it to a 2-year period. I also, I guess, nothing precludes us from revisiting it whenever we want, in 6 months, 1 year, 2. So, if we say it's limited to 2 years, and then we kind of forget about it, then again, it could lead to conflict in the future when someone's like, "No, that was limited to 2 years. I'm under the prior policy." And so I guess
the board has priority to change policies anytime they want to.
Right.
So if we feel that there needs to be a change, then we do that. I think the only thing that would preclude me from not passing something like this, or putting a time limit on this rather, would be if we had our kindergartens are all filled up with Emeryville residents. That's the only way that I would say that this is not a good policy.
That's a good point, and I guess that I have 2 edits to the language. So 3 if you count. So I'd recommend we not time limit it unless you feel really strongly about that.
I don't feel strongly.
Yeah, that we can change it. But so then I have 3 edits. One, I'll send you the Simon amendment about further resolved, implement this to the administrator. The other 2 are on the now be it resolved. I just think it reads a little confusingly in that it by putting the clause for at least 1 year at the end. The first time I read that, it seemed to be limiting the policy to at least 1 year. But what you meant is the enrollment, you got to be enrolled in ECDC or Head Start for at least 1 year. So I just moved that for at least 1 year to after the enrollment. So that's what the one. The other one is what Mr. DeWin was just saying, and this serves your point that it communicates the other purpose of just because you're enrolled doesn't mean you're going to get in. There should be some language in the whereas before the 4 kind of things are listed to somehow say, assuming space is available, or where space is available, or only when space is available, or you get the idea. So it communicates to folks. You get priority enrollment.
I think I can put it right
if we can accommodate.
Right above where we have the 1, 2, and 3 on the first page.
Correct. That's where it goes. That whereas paragraph. And I think those were my 3 suggestions.
Sure, I can do that easily.
And then you're going to look at the Allen.
Yeah, because I actually have our board policy and our administrative regs in my hands, and
not clear from that, huh?
That's good. I'm with that.
Any other questions for?
So we're asking Dr. Steele to come back at the next board meeting with those, and we'll take a look at the admin regs and the board policies.
Yeah. So
bring the whole package back.
There's been a first reading, and
that's great.
Come
that's
back
terrific. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any public comments for this one? No, I just wanted to do it. Thank you. So we'll now move on to item 10, approval of 2012-13 annual report on statutory school fees and developer fees for EUSD. I'll second. Any objections to that? No. All right. Great. Simple. So we're now moving on to.
I don't have any objections, but I do have a question for Mr. Bonet. Did you fix whatever the issue was last time?
I went back and researched and did a first in, first out with developer fees coming in. And we have indeed spent the last 5th year back developer fees. The report had included interest income, and there were some very large interest income amounts back in 07, 08, and the year prior in the $200,000 range. So that was the difference with regard to showing that it looked like we had not spent the 5th year back of the developer fees. But The actual developer fees have been spent in accordance with
Timelines, time limits.
The timing
the
requirements.
timing, yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. No objection?
Thank you. No objection. We're on to board reports and announcements. Please.
Yeah, I have one. I just want to quickly make a statement in regards to the talk and questions surrounding the separation of Dr. Lindo and the district, and specifically Dr. Lindo's involvement in the Vergara case. Dr. Lindo was asked for her professional opinion, and she, like everyone, has the right to their own opinions. However, the board was very disappointed that she did not notify us that she would be making her opinions public in her capacity as our superintendent, and that she did not consider or help us anticipate the potential reaction within our organization. As far as why this was not communicated earlier, we wanted to wait until John Quinn's role in our transition plan was finalized. That happened this evening in the approval of his contract. I want to thank everyone for their patience and understanding, and would like to reiterate that the board's actions are always what we feel are what's in the best interest of the district and our children.
Thank you, Member Kent. Other board reports and announcements? Just real quickly, John and I were in I lost it. Communications committee meeting right before the start of this board meeting, and Ryan has, with much heartburn, is also enthusiastic about working on a new update for our website. So as we are looking at the superintendent search and many other variables, and definitely, as you saw with Ms. Allen's work in building her LCAP page, feel that it's very important that the district is fully represented in terms of our website. So that work is starting, or that work is being initiated through our initial discussions. And so there will be additional information coming forward, but we are definitely moving forward with getting our website updated and making the activities of the district more transparent with that tool. So just wanted to bring the board up to date on that. Any other board reports and announcements?
Well, we also just, building on the communications meeting today, reiterated the need and desire to communicate in our five different ways to the community, and that would include website, the email through various listservs, robocalls when appropriate, face-to-face communications, and hard copy mailings and / Wednesday packet kinds of materials. And not all of those will be necessary for all activities that we undertake. We don't robocall on everything, for example, or send out letters on everything, but certain times we will want to do employ all five methods of communications, and we so staff has been empowered to go back and think in the cabinet and put together and develop, sort of articulate protocols of when all five are used, when we don't necessarily need all five, and then who is responsible for each one of those strands when a event occurs that needs to be communicated about, or a announcement is coming. And in the spirit of improving and learning while we're doing, we decided that we really recognize we have two very important things going on this spring, and that is the LCAP development, as we've talked about, and our superintendent search. So staff is going to go back and practice employing the five 5 methods of communication on those 2 campaigns specifically. And we're going to, really try to make it work on those 2 pieces. So that was also what we talked about.
I'm glad you thought that.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to sort of give an announcement about is just let the board know on January 29th, I believe it was, last week of January, whatever that Wednesday was, I presented at the State Association of California School Administrators annual event as part of a panel together with State School Board member Carl Cohen and CSBA President Billy Vernon and or Vernon Billy rather, and Wes Smith, who's the new ED of AXA, and also a colleague of mine from the ACLU and me from Public Advocates. And the whole panel was a plenary panel to all the superintendents who were there. There were several hundred of them. And it was on the LCFF implementation, sort of this conversation about best practices and what we from the advocacy community would like to see, and we heard from them of what they from districts and superintendents plan and hope to do. And I was pleased to hear really that the loudest applause piece was something that the AXA ED said, and that was that the superintendents really they want to embrace this community engagement aspect of LCFF, and they want to do it right. And that he hadn't heard from one superintendent that they were afraid of this new requirement, but they really were seeing it as an opportunity. So one of the questions I was asked, is Miss Allen still here? Yes, she still is. As I told her, was what districts are doing a good job? Can you identify some districts that are good? And I said, well, and they know that I'm on a school board too at the same time, right? Okay, that's not a secret. So
Many hats.
yeah. So I said we have a good plan, Miss Allen. So we're doing the implementation. So it's too soon for me to say we're doing a good job. Come back and ask me in May or June. But that I thought we had a good plan, that we were engaging school site councils. We were trying to have school level conversations as well as the district level conversation. We were engaging youth together in a community group. We were talking to students, engaging the student councils. So we have a good plan, and we have some community, at least one community forum built into it, and hopefully more now. So don't let me down, Miss Allen. But it's not all on you. It's all of us, all right? All of us.
She's got a great team.
Yeah.
We've got a great team.
Okay.
Well, that takes us to calendar review. I can go through it real quick. I'm quick. We have our next regular board meeting February 26th. We did have we'll have that curriculum committee meeting that night before the meeting, the board meeting. Next facilities committee meeting is March 5th at 7:30. We had our communications this afternoon. The next city school meeting is currently April 3rd for those who missed. We are now in a quarterly system, and President's Week for many around here, no school next week, so lucky devils. All right, so we're actually going to adjourn into closed session and report out at the next board meeting. Meeting adjourned.